Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
You know, the death of the labor market has been greatly exaggerated based on recent data. And I think that all in all, the inflation numbers, they're pretty respectable here.
I just want to say to your audience, there is not a more hardworking president than Donald J. Trump. I witness it with my own two eyes every day. That man is working around the clock. He hardly ever sleeps. He's constantly thinking about not just the problems in our country here, but around this world and how to solve them.
President Donald Trump will be on campus later today for the first ever Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit. Ahead of today's summit, Republican Senator Dave McCormick unveiled a $70 billion investment in AI and energy across Pennsylvania. This investment will include construction of data centers, which require a great deal of energy to power artificial intelligence. One project is set to target Aliquippa, and the president of RIDC says this investment will bring jobs, boost the economy, and even more.
You said you were 4 times close to a deal with Putin.
I thought I had a deal 4 times.
Are you done with him? I mean, I know that sounds a simplistic thing.
But I'm disappointed in him. But I'm not done with him, but I'm disappointed in him. So we had a deal done 4 times, and then you go home and you see he just attacked a nursing home or something, and Kiev. I said, what the hell was that all about?
Do you trust him?
I trust almost nobody.
And what's the feeling around if Trump will actually release any more information, any more files this year?
Yeah, so, we can go with the conventional wisdom. We can look at the betting markets, and I think this is part of what's going on, is that a lot of folks are saying, you know what, he's not going to release any more files. The Trump administration's not going to release any more files. Get this, Trump releasing more Epstein files in 2025, according to the betting markets. You go 2 months ago, it was 40%. You go a month ago, it was 39%. Now it is just 21%. So the MAGA base is hoping that there'll be more files to be released. But at this particular point, neither they nor the betting markets, in fact, believe there'll be any more files to be released. And that, of course, is a problem for Donald Trump based upon what we've seen from the MAGA base over the last 24, 48, and 72 hours.
Well, what happened today, which is the dairy industry, has now made a commitment to get rid of all dyes by the end of 2026. And some of them are already taking action. Some of them already gotten rid of the dyes. We now have, with this contribution, with this commitment, we now have about 40% of the food industry that's already made that commitment. And 35% of the food industry had already gotten rid of the dyes.
There needs to be more transparency on this. And I think that will happen. I mean, look, I don't know what truly exists there, but I know that this is something that's important to the president as well. He does want transparency on all these fronts, everything we're talking about, because it's frustrated him as well. He's going to want to set things right as well. So I believe that there will probably be more coming on this, and I believe anything that they are able to release that doesn't, damage any witnesses or anyone underage or anything like that, I believe they'll probably try to get out sooner rather than later because they hear it and they understand it. So hopefully we see that happen sooner than later. And I guess that would be my advice. But to everybody out there who's all worked up about it, there's no great plot to keep this information away that I'm aware of. I do just believe that maybe it's been slow rolled for reasons that hopefully we understand down the line.
Slandered, being canceled, being kicked out of classes, kicked out of fraternities, kicked out of sororities. These are the students that worked so hard to register voters this last election. These are the students that start these chapters. They are the vanguard for saving this country. This generation is the most conservative generation that we have seen in well over 50 years. There's something profound happening in this country. There's something that is deep, that is larger than what the media is covering. Youth delivered the White House for President Trump. We've been given this gift, and now it's on us. We have to execute.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
All right, everybody. Radio stations across the country. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. You know, we had a great show yesterday. By all objector measurements, people loved the show. We were covering all sorts of different issues. And remember the backdrop. Over the weekend, we had an event that was heard around the world and definitely heard throughout Washington, D.C. We had Megyn Kelly. We had Donald Trump Jr. We had the great Steve Bannon. We had Kristi Noem. We had Tucker Carlson. We had Pete Hegseth. And Epstein was brought up a lot over this last weekend. And I was doing interviews on Epstein. I probably talked about Epstein in, let's just say, 55 different environments. One-off podcast interviews, from stage, speeches, question and answer, interviews with reporters. It was a lot. So on Monday morning, I had a lot of other topics I wanted to cover. I wanted to cover Russia, Ukraine. I wanted to cover NATO. I wanted to cover the potential closure of the Department of Education, the layoffs at the State Department, wanted to cover some of the economic news, wanted to cover tariffs. There was a lot to cover yesterday, and we covered it all. Well, we covered most of it. We had phenomenal guests. We also did a recap of the Student Action Summit. So yesterday, I'm paraphrasing, I'm going to get down to the essence of it. I said, look, guys, back and forth, possession was grassroots this weekend. On Monday, July 14th, yesterday, it's going to be possession administration. We covered it a lot this last weekend. And apparently, the media, who has interestingly not covered the Epstein story at all, the media that has been silent on the Epstein story, they found it so objectionable that even though they won't cover the Epstein story for 1 2-hour interval after talking about it for 40 hours this last weekend, they find this to be the #1 news story. These are all the articles about me yesterday. So yesterday I said, what the heck is going on? So I'm going to read you exactly what I said. This is a total obsessive hoax. And this shows you exactly the power of this program, the power of this show, and also the contradiction of the media. Look at all those articles. And even some people are emailing me, Charlie, why are you not talking about Epstein? Why are you saying to move on? I never, ever, ever said move on. Ever. I didn't whisper it. I didn't think it. I didn't say it. I am going to now read you what was said yesterday. MSNBC did an entire 7-minute segment on me this morning. And I'm looking at this thing. I said, that's not what I said. I did a special YouTube video about Epstein yesterday about what Laura Trump said on Benny Johnson's program. All we said was that we talked about it a lot over the weekend, and we're going to focus on other stories. And we talked about it a lot at the Student Action Summit, and your voices were heard. Our voices were heard. So this is what I said yesterday. Plenty was said this last weekend at our event about Epstein. Honestly, I'm done about talking about Epstein for the time being. Nobody, not a single news outlet said for the time being. They did not include that second part of the sentence. I'm going to trust my friends at the administration. True. I'm going to trust Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, J.D. Vance. It's their ball. It's their possession. I'm going to trust my friends in the government to do what needs to be done. I've said plenty this weekend, and the ball is in their hands. So if you guys want to see my commentary on it, that's fine. We have escalatory action being taken in Ukraine and Russia. We have tons of announcements happening when it comes to NATO. But let me say this again. You know my opinion about Epstein, the messaging fumble. I would love to see this again. No one covered the second part of the statement. No one covered it. This thing has like 10 million views on social media. And unfortunately, too many people on our side fell for this garbage. And I get it, heightened. And by the way, part of this is I'm going to have some compassion. This is a very hot moment. Very hot. And let me be clear. I'm not trusting the government. I'm trusting individuals that you too also trust. You guys are all fans of Dan Bongino and Kash Patel. We are trusting that they heard you, they heard me, and they are working to fix this. Let me finish this. But let me say this again. I would love to see the DOJ move to unseal the grand jury testimony. We're going to talk about that with a guest later this show. I think this would be a big win, and I would love to see that. I'm going to trust my friends, Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, my friend Pam Bondi, all these guys. I'm going to trust them to solve it. Ball is in their court. I think there was, let's say, a lot of speeches that were directed towards this topic. That's it. And by the way, today we're going to cover it for nearly a full hour. But the media went out of its way. Let's just put 323 up there on screen again. All of these articles, so they won't cover the essence or the story of the Epstein story, but they'll cover the idea that somehow Charlie Kirk is moving on. Never was that ever said, and nor is that the truth. And guys, they heard us. Trust me, Student Action Summit was near complete messaging saturation. And so looking back, should I have said those 5 words in the sequence I said? Here's what I should have said. And what I was saying, and guess what? You say thousands of words on a talk radio program. Not all of them is as precise as you should have said. So this is what I was saying. Ball is in your court, guys. You are my friends. We got your attention overwhelmingly. Fix it. That is what I was saying. And this was a Mockingbird media hit from our guests, from a lot of people chose to bring it up all over the weekend, and that's fine. And to be clear, we think they can fix it. So what I want to make an addendum to what was said yesterday is we're going to keep on talking about it. When I said for the time being, I was talking yesterday. I was telling the audience, guys, I got a whole deck of stories I got to cover here. You see, they want to cover MAGA in disarray, and there is so much going on right now. So excuse me while I have an obligation to you in this program to talk about a rising kinetic conflict between Russia and Ukraine, to talk about ICE agents being fired upon, to be talking about the major issues with Mamdani. We have a Minneapolis Mamdani rising up. So excuse me while I'm going to use part of my program to talk about the other issues and say, hey, possession was in the grassroots this weekend. And now the possession arrow is in the hands of some of who we all call these people friends. The ball's in Kash's court. The ball's in Dan's court. The ball is in Pam's court. And I have over the years known to trust these people to be able to fix it. You see, but what's so disappointing, not disappointing, to an extent I get it, is that the MAGA base is so fired up about this. And that's why I didn't take a lot of this seriously, is that, people were, incoming, Charlie, why are you moving on? Why are you this? No one's saying that. No one is saying that. But people are so fired up that if there's even a semblance that this is not going to be prioritized, people get upset. And of course, I don't trust the deep state. I trust people that I've known for years. And what do I trust them to do? I trust them that they heard us because I know that they heard us. I know that the message of the Student Action Summit was heard around the world very clearly. And if there's one thing I've learned from you guys in the grassroots in this audience, you are not letting this story go. I know that. And never once did I tell you guys to stop talking about it. This is what's so maddening about the media coverage. They're so dishonest. MSNBC. Charlie Kirk tells audience to stop talking about it. When did I ever tell you guys to stop focusing on it? When did I ever tell you to keep the pressure off? Never. So I hope this is a learning lesson for a lot of people that might have gotten a little fired up about this. The media lies to you, and you should look at exactly what people are saying. And also, guys, look at what was done in a couple days prior. If I would have said that and there was no Student Action Summit prior, okay, I think like a medium level of intensity would have been justified. But after hosting the radio program for 2 days and literally over 20 hours of talking, I did 20 hours of talking, half of which was on Epstein this last weekend. So excuse me when I say, hey, I want to talk about rising home prices, and we're going to get to this story continually throughout the week, hence for the time being. And so with that, and all of a sudden people, after all that we've been through and all the trust that we've earned, people think I'm just dropping the story. It makes no sense. And for those of you that saw through that crap, thank you. We appreciate it, but we're not going anywhere. And we're definitely not losing focus on this story. Done with debt. It wasn't supposed to get this bad. You were on top of your bills, then inflation hit. Grocery, gas, everything shot up. Prices are up 26% from just a few years ago. It's called Done with Debt, and they're not like other debt relief companies. They don't push loans or bankruptcy on you. Done with Debt are legendary negotiators who go head-to-head with your credit card or loan companies. They have one goal: to drastically reduce or eliminate your debt altogether. Do not make another bill payment until you talk to a Done with Debt strategist. Go to donewithdebt.com. That is donewithdebt.com. So check it out right now, donewithdebt.com. So please take a look at it right now at donewithdebt.com. Legendary negotiators, they have one goal: to drastically reduce or eliminate your debt altogether. I want to hear from you. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. What are you thinking about the Epstein story? Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back.
delivering 6 times stronger natural immunity to fake news. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to tell you about YRefi. YRefi, right? YRefi.com. Private student loan debt in America totals about $300 billion. YRefi refinances or distressed or defaulted private student loans that others will not touch. Go to YRefi.com. That is YRefi.com. You can finally take control of your student loan situation with a plan that works for your monthly budget. Because of private student loan debt, so many Americans feel stuck and helpless. Go to YRefi.com. That is YRefi.com. So check it out. Bad credit is accepted, so you can even skip a payment every 6 months up to 12 times without penalty. Just call 888 YREFI34 or log on to YREFI.com. That is YREFY.com. May not be available in all 50 states, so take a look at it right now, YREFI.com. Do you have a co-borrower? Well, you guys should check it out because YREFI can help you guys sort out all of your student loan situational problems. Go to YREFI.com. That is YREFY.com. Bad credit is accepted. Do you have a co-borrower or YREFI can get them released from the loan? You can give mom or dad a break. Go to YREFI.com. That is YREFI.com. Be right back, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Moving on to other stories. The other part of it is like, oh, well, you know, Donald Trump called Charlie Kirk. Yes, he called to say, how's the event going? What's the vibe? How are people doing? This crowd is so big. It's not breaking news that President Trump calls us. All right. We're covering this all in hour 2. For the record, if you are transcribing, we're not moving on. Did I say moving on? It's like we're moving on to another topic. We're not moving on from Epstein. And I think this is a very important thing. How about this? Progressing. Next topic. And we're going to have a whole second hour on this. And I get it. I do. I get it. Because people are really fired up about this. And we here on this program, and many of us kind of in the influencer podcast space, you guys are the closest touch point you guys have to the administration. And so we become kind of a, let's just say, a vector. And I take that so seriously, believe me. So when people were emailing me fired up, it didn't bother me that much. It bothered me when people said I was, moving on or that I wasn't going to talk about the story. That was annoying. I was like, guys, come on, look at what I actually said. Someone says, Lynn says, so outrageous. I listened to you yesterday and all weekend. It's just sick that the media spinners twisted what you said. No one who listened to all the summit and the Monday show could have believed that you were saying that anyone told you that we should shut up about this. Thanks for reiterating today. I'm sorry that these sick types are so bent on dividing and conquering. God is on our side. God bless you, Charlie, your family, and your staff. Lynn, you're a great patriot. Thank you. It's a great email. And I do want to say, though, that it is an honor and a responsibility. And because a lot of people are fired up about this. It's not breaking news. I've said that a while. People are really animated about this because it involves children getting raped. It involves a sex trafficking ring. It involves some of the wealthiest, most powerful people out there. It very well might involve our intel community, which we're going to talk about Mike Benz. And so the base is really, really animated about this. And you guys can't email Donald Trump directly, but you can email me directly. And so I see it and I get it. So we kind of become a gathering point for the excitement and the positivity, but also the angst and the anger. And so over the last 24 hours, we've kind of just been just a little bit of a dartboard for a lot of people that wanted to blow off some steam. And by the way, I have no problem with people blowing off steam. Blowing off steam is it is an important part of life. Everyone blows off steam differently. Sometimes you just write a letter and you don't send it. You go for a walk. It could be very therapeutic. But now it's about fixing it. And there was some breaking news yesterday. And why else did I say that? Maybe because I've been talking and I think that things are going to get fixed. Let's play the Laura Trump Benny clip. Put all that in context. Let's play Laura Trump on the Benny show. Play this. Play the first one.
There needs to be more transparency on this. And I think that will happen. I mean, look, I don't know what truly exists there, but I know that this is something that's important to the president as well. He does want transparency on all these fronts, that everything we're talking about, because it's frustrated him as well. He's going to want to set things right as well. So I believe that there will probably be more coming on this. And I believe anything that they are able to release that doesn't, damage any witnesses or anyone underage or anything like that, I believe they'll probably try to get out sooner rather than later because they hear it and they understand it. So hopefully we see that happen sooner than later. And I guess that would be my advice. But to everybody out there who's all worked up about it, there's no great plot to keep this information away that I'm aware of. I do just believe that maybe it's been slow rolled for reasons that hopefully we understand down the line.
Laura Trump says that President Trump hears you and that she thinks that information will be released soon. The grassroots pressure on this is enormous, and they are hearing your voice. Trust me, all throughout the digital world, it is enormous. And I would love to start to see some material progress on this. And again, I know that people knock me for saying this, but when you have friends, don't you give your friends some opportunity to be able to get it right, to fix it, especially once that memo is delivered. Everybody, email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. We're going to cover this extensively again in the second hour. We have Mark Caputo from Axios and Mike Benz coming up the next hour, all about Epstein. So email me your thoughts about any questions you guys have for Epstein, and we'll ask them. Sean Parnell from the Department of Defense next.
President Trump was sworn in, his administration has made enormous progress at a breakneck pace. But don't forget, while they're moving mountains for the good of the nation, they can't also take your personal savings into account. You've got to do that. One of the best ways to look after your savings is through diversification, particularly with gold from the trusted folks over at the Birch Gold Group. In the past 12 months, the value of gold has increased by 40%. Central banks continue to bolster demand for gold by buying in record quantities. Global instability and tension is the highest it's been in decades, and the Birch Gold Group makes owning physical gold extremely easy. You can easily convert an existing IRA or a 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in physical gold, or you can decide to buy some gold yourself and store it in your home. All you have to do is text the word America to the number 989898, and the Birch Gold Group will send you a free information kit on gold. There's no obligation here, only useful information. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of satisfied customers, take control of your savings today simply by texting the word America to the number 989898. Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. President Trump set to take the stage in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in just a couple of hours as the featured speaker at the inaugural Energy and Innovation event there. Hosted by Senator Dave McCormick of Pennsylvania, the summit is billed as bringing together the top names in energy and artificial intelligence. McCormick says today's event is all about showcasing Pennsylvania's incredible potential to power the AI revolution.
There's no better place, and I mean this, there's no better place than Pennsylvania to lead the next revolution in energy, technology, and artificial intelligence. From our abundant energy sector, our incredible universities, not just Carnegie Mellon, but Penn State University, Penn, Drexel, Lehigh, so many, our Commonwealth is poised to lead the next era of growth and opportunity.
By the way, the senator serves on the Energy and Natural Resources Committee. He's pushing to bring more energy and development jobs specifically to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
Is a terrific person. He's mainstream, conservative, but solid as a rock.
Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. What do we have, guys? We're at the Bitcoin.com studio. Okay, I want to just say really quick, we have gone super viral on TikTok, TikTokeconomicimpact.com. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Right now, over 7.5 million businesses in America. They're thriving on TikTok, businesses that employ more than 28 million people. But behind the stats is the stories that really matter, like Dan O's Seasoning from Kentucky, who used TikTok to grow their footprint. Or Sheen Mechanic in Georgia. Go to TikTokeconomicimpact.com, because when small businesses thrive on TikTok, so do communities around them. Go to TikTokeconomicimpact.com, TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Joining us now is a great friend and a great American, is Sean Parnell, Assistant to SecDef for Public Affairs, and Sean Parnell, Chief Pentagon Spokesman. Sean, you're a great American. Congratulations on all you're doing. Sean, I'm so excited to have you on the program, because our audience is very confused and they want to try to get clarity on what's happening with the recent news with Russia and Ukraine. And so I just want to give you an uninterrupted opportunity to make the case and separate fact from fiction. Sean Parnell, Assistant to SecDef for Public Affairs.
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me, Charlie. It's great to be back on the show after a little hiatus. Look, the Russia-Ukraine conflict has been a central focus for President Trump since he was on the campaign trail. If you remember back to the very first interview where he had a town hall with Caitlin Collins, and she asked him the ambush question of, like, do you want Putin to win this war? President Trump responded with something very simple yet also very profound. And he said, I want people to stop dying. What we've seen over the last year, hundreds of thousands of people dead in this conflict, and a central focus of President Trump's second administration is bringing this war to a peaceful resolution. You heard President Trump from the Oval Office yesterday. Clearly, he's frustrated with Vladimir Putin stringing along negotiations. He doesn't seem like he's being serious. And so what we've done at the Department of Defense and at the president's direction and the SecDef's direction is provide a framework for munitions that we can send to Ukraine to help them defend themselves while the president pursues peace between Russia and Ukraine. And that's all we've done. And so we're going to continue to do that and give the president robust options as he pursues the peace.
So the skepticism from the audience, I would say, on the Russia-Ukraine situation is that they do not want to see America embroiled into another quagmire. I actually don't share that concern. I trust the president. I trust you guys. I think he demonstrated with Iran that he has incredible wisdom and prudence to be able to navigate this. So I don't share that concern. I do potentially see, in war, you have to enter things with humility because things can get out of control. And all of a sudden, NATO Article 5 could, I guess, get triggered. Also, the audience does not like the idea of giving away money. So is this a purchase agreement? Can you explain that this is a purchase, not a giveaway?
Yeah, it's such a great point. Basically, these are weapons made in America, purchased by NATO. So that's just what this framework provides for. And to your point about the base and the audience, I completely understand the skepticism and the fear as someone who fought in Afghanistan for 16 straight months, and to watch Afghanistan surrendered in 2021 was horrific. It hurts my soul just to think about it. And you look at American foreign policy in the 20th and 21st century, whether it's toppling autocrats from Egypt to Libya to Syria to Iraq and Afghanistan, none of that has paid off well for America. And especially when you look at wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, what do we have? You ask yourself, what do we have to show for those wars after being embroiled for over a decade in Afghanistan, almost 20 years? We have thousands of Americans dead, tens of thousands of Americans suffering from the invisible wounds of war, and hundreds of thousands of families who are affected by those conflict. And again, what do we have to show for it? So the skepticism and the fear from the audience is certainly warranted, but I think you have to think back to what President Trump has said and done in his first term. He was a president of peace with the Abraham Accords in his first term, and he's pursuing a path of peace here in his second. Look at the Houthi operation in the Red Sea. You had a clearly defined mission and an end state. Look at the Iran operation with Operation Midnight Hammer. You had a clearly defined mission and an end state. So for President Trump, peace is his focus, but in order to pursue peace and to give yourself the strongest hand available at the negotiating table, you have to be strong. And that is exactly what President Trump is signaling in this Russia-Ukraine fight so that he can set the conditions for peace moving forward. And by the way, I fully trust the president. He has never once violated the trust of this country or the American people. That's why people love this president. When he says something on the campaign trail, he makes good on the promise when he's in office. And by the way, that's something that has been very different from Republicans and Democrat administrations in the past. When the president says something, he actually does it and keeps his promise. That is correct, and that is true. So Sean, NATO is purchasing the money. And is it fair to say that this is going to be a European-led purchase? Because obviously we give a lot of money to NATO. I know that Europe is giving more and more money to NATO. So is it NATO buying the weapons? Will it be mainly Germany? So kind of walk us through just a little bit. There might be classified stuff here, but I bet most of this is public. Kind of the scope of the deal. Well, so first of all, we should give credit where credit's due to the Secretary of Defense, who has made it a focus of his tenure as SecDef to ask the Europeans to do more. It asked the Europeans to step up and spend more on defense, between 3.5 and now 5%. I would also add that 4 months ago, people were saying that it was not possible. People were throwing shade at the SecDef and saying that he couldn't get it done, but he did in conjunction with the president. So we have our European allies right now committed to spend more on their defense, and part of that deal is buying American weapons from America, manufactured in America, as part of this framework to help support Ukraine while he pursues peace. And as I understand it, this deal is very much in the early stages, right? But you have different NATO countries wholeheartedly on board with committing with giving their resources, financial resources, through EUCOM to NATO, which will then in turn be weapons to Ukraine and monies back to the U.S. Treasury. So again, this is a good deal for the country. It's in keeping with the SecDef's national defense strategy of asking for our allies to do more while we can shift our focus to the Indo-Pacific where we think it belongs.
I love that because look, it's got to be all eyes on the rise of the Chinese Communist Party, about their potential, military incursion with Taiwan.
Yeah, and Charlie, it's the most, you're right, it's the most pragmatic thing in the world. Like, this is, America first does not mean America alone. And if the threats that we face in this world evolve, and they evolve quickly, and the threats, we think, a near-peer adversary in China represents what is a very real threat to America and its interests. China has said they've made it part of their strategic calculation to be the world's lone superpower, and we want to do everything that we can to stop that and keep America the #1 lone superpower in the world. Because America, by and large, is a force for good. In order to do that, we have to ask our allies to do more, ask our allies to be good friends and good partners, while we shift our focus to the Indo-Pacific, which is, again, where we think it belongs.
Okay, so Sean, now I want to talk about the One Big Beautiful Bill. I want to give you an opportunity to make the case for the increase of defense spending. Obviously, we're behind the president. One Big Beautiful Bill was awesome. But one thing, just like little whispers and murmurs, especially among some of the younger demo, is they say, do we really need to now go to $1 trillion on the defense budget? Can you talk about where this money will be spent, where it is going, and how you believe this is necessary to fortify national security?
Well, I mean, look, the things that we're doing in the Department of Defense right now, and I would say in the first 6 months of the SecDef's tenure here at the Pentagon, he's done more than most secretaries have done in the last 4 years. The changes that he is making here in the Pentagon will be generational. I mean, he's making the Pentagon, I think, our country and the world a better place by some of these changes and removing red tape. So when you look at our overall budget, we need to have a budget that supports that unbelievable change, right? And so we're investing in historic things like F-47, a 6th-generation fighter. We're investing in things that have never been done before, with multiple Manhattan projects and Golden Dome for America to protect our homeland. We're talking about reinvesting in things, or investing in things that we've never invested in before, Charlie. And so we've got to give the SecDef the resources that he needs to accomplish the president's vision. And that's part of the reason why we have the resources that we do in this budget.
In closing here, Sean, talk about the increase of military recruitment. That is, it's one of my favorite things. I told Pete this privately and publicly. I said, Pete, you guys should be talking about this every day. Because that right there, it's better than, some Rasmussen poll or some sort of, morning consult poll. The president has said this to me before as well, which is the best indicator of national morale strengthening, of the ability to see whether or not people believe in America and they want to serve the country, is military recruitment. Remember, after 9/11, military recruitment went straight up. Right. We've seen this at different times in American history. And also in the midst of Vietnam, voluntary military recruitment went down. Voluntary military recruitment started to go down towards the end of the Iraq War. It also was at record low levels per percentage under Joe Biden, especially after the Afghanistan withdrawal. Where is it now? And brag on the success of the increase of the military recruitment.
So right now I'm co-chairing the recruiting task force here at the Department of Defense force-wide. So we could probably do another interview deep dive on all of this because it's an interesting yet complicated topic. But you are absolutely right. The proof is in the pudding. And as it pertains to recruiting, leadership matters. So let's go back a year, where President Trump was almost assassinated on that stage in Butler, under fire. You don't know, even people that have all the training in the world don't know how they're going to react under fire. President Trump was almost assassinated on that day, and within seconds of being shot, the president stood up, pumped his fist, looked out to the crowd, looked out to our country, looked out to the world, and said, fight, fight, fight defiantly. So you juxtapose that image with the image of Biden, his predecessor before him, who is an animated corpse, had to be dipped in the Lazarus pit every day. Every day it was less and less affected, hardly an inspiring figure. And by the way, a week after President Trump was almost assassinated, Biden resigns the presidency in a PDF on social media, which is almost the equivalent of writing "I quit" on a napkin at work before you leave. I mean, Biden embodied weakness. President Trump embodies strength. Likewise, so too does Secretary Hegseth. And when you embody strength, it inspires people to say, hey, I want to serve under that commander-in-chief. I want to serve under the Secretary of Defense. And that is the reason why our recruiting right now has been historic. And I don't think there's going to be any end in sight, Charlie.
Sean Parnell, great work. Thank you so much. Talk to you soon. You're welcome anytime here. And make sure you keep those recruitment numbers up. It's very important. Thank you so much, Sean Parnell.
You got it.
Excellent. Great guy. ReliefFactor.com, 100% drug-free Relief Factor. Living with everyday aches and pains is like having a voice that says no. No, you can't do that. No, you don't play your favorite sport. It's no way to live. So if pain is affecting you, see how Relief Factor can get you back to living your life. Go to ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. So give Relief Factor's 3-week quick start a try. It's only $19.95. That is ReliefFactor.com. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF. See how with less pain you can say more to yes to more of everything you want. Go to ReliefFactor.com. Whether it's back, neck, joints, or muscles, Relief Factor can help you as it has for so many others. So if pain is affecting you, see how Relief Factor can get you back to living life on your terms where you say yes a lot more. Go to ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. So check it out right now at ReliefFactor.com. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We're getting some very warm emails, and so it means a lot. Thank you. I do want to say, though, we have a whole hour coming up on the Epstein thing. What questions would you like to have answered? Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com. We lost a legend last night. I'll tell you more.
Letting everyone know socialism sucks. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. I want to just play a little bit of a summary of our amazing Student Action Summit. Let's play Cut 51. It's a little summary behind the scenes. Play Cut 51.
These students, every day, are on the front lines, being smeared, being slandered, being canceled, being kicked out of classes, kicked out of fraternities, kicked out of sororities. These are the students that worked so hard to register voters this last election. These conservative generation that we have seen in well over 50 years, there's something profound happening in this country. There's something that is deep, that is larger than what the media is covering. Youth delivered the White House for President Trump. We've been given this gift, and now it's on us. We have to execute.
Get involved with Turning Point USA, tpusa.com. Stay right there. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. My daughter is watching, by the way. She gave me this. I have a whole collection. This is a cat. See that? That's what really matters is family. So now I have a whole collection. I have a cat here. I have a dog. Look at this. And then I have, someone said this is the San Diego Zoo, just about. And then I have Finding Nemo. How about that? Boom. Oh, the dog fell. Nemo and the cat. That's what it's all about, everybody. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Okay, so last night we lost a legend. And in fact, I want to re-air on podcast and YouTube Contemplation, a best of our interviews with John MacArthur. John MacArthur passed away last night. John MacArthur has been in and out of hospitals, and he has been struggling with pneumonia and other health issues. He passed away at the age of 84. John MacArthur is without a doubt one of the most influential Protestant minds since the Reformation. I would put him top 10. I have an entire part of my library wall just dedicated to John MacArthur's biblical commentary. He was one of the most well-read, researched, wise, and deep thinkers, and an unwavering pastor. I actually never met him in person, and I regret that. Our schedules never aligned, but we did many Zoom calls and phone calls together. So praise the Lord that we are able to do that. John MacArthur goes all the way back to fighting against Gavin Newsom against same-sex marriage. He was putting on a clinic against then, I think, Mayor Newsom or activist Newsom. Play cut 328.
I'm a practicing Catholic. I got married in the church 2+ years. I don't see what we're doing in terms of advancing the bond of love and monogamy and extending that to families of same sex in any way, shape, or form takes away anything from the church or the sanctity of the union that my wife and I have.
I would just like to ask the mayor, as a practicing Catholic, do you believe the Bible is the Word of God?
Yeah, look, Pastor, I'm not going to get in a theological debate with you.
No, that's not a theological debate. That's just a straight question. Do you believe the Bible is the authoritative Word of God?
Yeah, with respect, I guess I do. Now the response.
Well, then the Bible says when God created man, he said one man, one woman, cleave together for life. That's a family. Jesus in the New Testament reaffirms that. All the writers of the Old and the New Testament affirm it.
The clip actually keeps on getting better. Let's try to get the full one at another time. But here's why John MacArthur will go down as a legend in my book. It's not his books. It's not all of his commentary. It's not even his sermons. And that is exceptional. And I will listen to it. It's because when it mattered most, when churches were closing and they were taking Easter and Pentecost, and the entire Californian government was coming down on churches, and most bent a knee and they refused to open. Of course, my pastor and dear friend Rob McCoy did not. John MacArthur, and all eyes of the nation were on John MacArthur. All pastors were watching to see, what is John MacArthur going to do? And he openly defied the California government. He rejected the lockdowns. And John MacArthur did something that is one of the most difficult, one of the most important parts of a Christian walk, is he finished well. He never bowed to the gods of this age. He never apologized for Scripture. He was a fighter through and through. And the last chapter of John MacArthur's legendary career, from fighting homosexual marriage, from fighting against the trans stuff, which he was incredible, the final part of his chapter was, will you resist government tyranny or will you submit to the will of God? And he crushed it. And he aced it. Tragically, so many other Christian pastors, and I will not say their name, they're finishing really poorly right now. There's a list of guys, men, that were good, that were strong, and they became weak during COVID and woke. John MacArthur, though, fully embodied 2 Timothy 4:7. I have fought the good fight, I have finished the race, and I have kept the faith. John MacArthur and I have something in common. We're both Scots. We don't like being told what to do. We're lovers of liberty, lovers of freedom, lovers of America. John MacArthur is now in heaven with our Lord, and we will continue the fight that he started. And as you hear those bagpipes, those are for you, John MacArthur, because as a fellow Scotsman, we keep on fighting for Jesus and fighting for what's right. Second hour coming up.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room. In a culture that celebrates the weak, show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump is set to take the stage in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in about an hour and a half as the featured speaker at Senator Dave McCormick's inaugural Energy and Innovation event. The summit is billed as bringing together the top names in energy and artificial intelligence. McCormick says today's event is about showcasing Pennsylvania's incredible potential to power the AI revolution. Real America's Voice correspondent Michelle Backus is at Carnegie Mellon University, where the event is set to get underway here, or is already underway. President Trump set to arrive shortly. Michelle, good afternoon to you.
Hey, good afternoon, Terrence. This is somewhat of breaking news, but when we arrived here this morning, we thought that it was roughly $70 billion worth of investment. Senator McCormick coming out and announcing it's now actually $90 billion worth of investment here in the Keystone State. That is breaking records, and this is going to be monumental for Pennsylvania.
And the huge thing is bringing all of these leaders together and being able to, as I said, to showcase what Pennsylvania has to offer in terms of attracting some of these leaders.
Yeah, Terrence, we're looking at over 60 major CEOs coming here to Pittsburgh today to be part of this summit. Of course, Larry Fink from BlackRock. You also have the CEO of ExxonMobil, Meta as well, Google, or Alphabet as it's now formally called. Multiple CEOs focusing in on Pittsburgh. And Pittsburgh, let alone Pennsylvania, a great place to invest. Think about it. We're the second largest person with state here with natural resources behind Texas. We're also third in coal mining. We have a great infrastructure, tons of land in order to build these data centers that are ultimately going to fuel the AI revolution. And if you think back, we were the steel town. We made our economic drivers through steel. That obviously subsided in the mid-1970s. But now there's a new industrial revolution. It's a great opportunity for Pennsylvania to get ahead of the curve and be part of it as we look into AI in the future.
Michelle, I'm smiling because you say we. It is your hometown, and so you're giving your hometown an extra big up here. One of the things I find interesting, artificial intelligence and the tech sector, that's what's likely going to get all the headlines. But this conference is also about energy, which is something that President Trump has talked about on the campaign trail and even early in his administration, saying that he wants to make the United States energy dominant again. And so that's part of what I expect he'll probably talk about this afternoon.
Yeah, Terrence, it's really about America First economics and bringing energy home, bringing economics back into our states rather than fuel them out to other countries that ultimately hate us. I mean, you're looking at a great position here in Pennsylvania where we have the abundant natural resources. It's time we utilize them here rather than shell out money to other countries. That's what we're looking at. Promises made, promises kept. This was a big promise, especially for Pennsylvanians on the campaign trail when Trump came and visited. Now he's holding true to that, especially with this $90 billion investment. This is also going to create thousands of jobs and, again, position Pittsburgh as well as Pennsylvania in a great place moving forward. Some even calling it the potential Silicon Valley of the East Coast. Of course, as you mentioned, I'm very proud as a Pittsburgh native to see industry coming back to this beautiful state and ultimately this city. So it's really exciting, especially for all the locals here.
And these investments that you talked about, it's not just domestic investment. I was listening to Senator McCormick earlier today, and he was saying that there are even some executives from the United Arab Emirates on hand, and he's looking for potential investment from them as well. So I would imagine there are other CEOs and other companies from outside the U.S. borders who potentially are looking at Pittsburgh or Pennsylvania as a whole.
Yeah, it's really profound to see as you are seeing these foreign companies and these foreign CEOs come in today and talk about investing in Pittsburgh and in Pennsylvania as well. Again, we have the resources in this country. It's time to put our foot down and stop exporting them to other countries instead of producing here. Again, it goes back to America First economics, and it's a campaign promise that Trump had talked about all throughout the campaign. Now he's holding true to it. We're getting economics, we're getting industries back here into the United States, and there's really no better place, in my opinion, for that to start than Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Many workers who were in the steel industry now looking for new jobs. And as we continue with this new wave of industrial revolution, we're looking at technology, we're looking at AI. And you also have to think the amount of abundant land we have in Pennsylvania. You need data centers to be able to fuel this AI revolution. Absolutely. And that's what we're also looking like here in the state.
Michelle Backus reporting to us from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Let's listen into one of the speakers there at this event. segment. Here it is. This is, again, a live look in and a live listen in as some of the speakers are taking the microphone.
It's a significant company in the energy space, and lots to talk about. But if you could talk a little bit about, why you think this energy revolution is happening as it is, and a little about your gas turbine business. I understand you have a little bit of a backlog there.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think when you think about the prior 25 years, or even if you go back further than that, a lot of things that may have been compressing the demand in the U.S. for electricity, whether it be globalization, whether it be the productivity that came with software, those are the exact same drivers that are now leading to more need for electrons, right? Because we're going to reindustrialize this country. And as we do that, that requires more electric power. That we've reached a tipping point with technology where the next tranche of productivity is going to come from data centers and AI that require a much healthier level of electron growth. And GE Vernova produces today more than half of the electrons in the U.S. and through our customers. So for us, it's really our obligation to meet this moment and to meet this load growth, and that's exactly what we're going to do. And it probably does start with gas turbines. We build most of our gas turbines in Greenville, South Carolina. We're on about a 36-month cycle time right now from when we take an order to when we deliver it. But at the same time, what I would tell you is last year we did 30 heavy-duty gas turbines in Greenville, and in 27 we'll do 80. So, I mean, we're readying ourselves to, substantially ramp up our demand.
Yeah. No, it's very exciting. And talk to us a little about combined cycle plants and how those work, because I think that's what we see in Ohio and around the country. Increasingly, companies are turning to that rather than coal.
You bet. And I think, we've got a project here right in our backyard, Homer City Energy Center, that's a perfect example of this. This is a project that was originally a coal site that was commissioned in 1969. It was decommissioned in July of 2023. 2 years from now, it'll be recommissioned with 4.5 gigawatts of gas turbines with gas from the Marcellus. This is a great outcome for the state and for the region, economically, for the environment. And there's a lot of that can happen, and there will continue to happen. In this area, we're really investing in Western Pennsylvania. I mean, we've got a circuit breaker factory here. I was there this morning. This year, we'll make about 500 circuit breakers at this factory, most of them attached to the data center build out. By 27, we'll build 1,000. We'll double our output in the next 2 years. And we're in a routine at that factory that we basically add 12 new blue collar jobs every Monday for the next year. And that's how we're going to drive the ramp up in a community that deserves it and really sees this as their moment to play a real role in U.S. competitiveness and national security, for that matter. So there's just a lot of stuff to be excited about right now, and I've got a lot of optimism that we can meet this moment.
And Scott, that plant in Charleroi is an example of what's going on around Pennsylvania and around the country. Anchor Hocking left, as I understand, and it was, there was a lot of despair in the community. Now you come in, creating 250 jobs immediately,
yes.
At least $100 million investment. So right. It's another example, and I know Dave McCormick was very involved in that as well. You mentioned the grid and the fact that you move a lot of electrons around. The grid has been called the central nervous system of our economy by you and others. Talk to us a little about the grid and where we are, and are you concerned about the ability for us to, meet all these promises we're talking about today with the antiquated grid that we have?
Well, I do think in the end we're going to spend more money on the grid than we are on even new power generation capability. But we're going to do that because we can make it a lot smarter and make it a lot more productive to build its capability to manage electrons flowing in different directions, to be smarter with the variable power generation sources.
All right, so that's the Energy Summit in Pennsylvania. President Trump headed that way now, speaking outside the White House.
I'm not the jury. I'm not the jury. No, looks very serious. And Adam Schiff looks very serious. Look, he's a sleazeball. Everybody knows it. And I was a little surprised. I thought he would have covered his bases a little bit better than that. Adam Schiff is a lowlife. He deserves what he gets.
to talk about the Genius Act that you just pushed out. Let's talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, we're going to do that, and we have great support for it. It's a beautiful act. It's the Genius Act is a beautiful act. I even like the name of it because we need smart people in our country. Thank you, Brian.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Have you spoken to President Putin since the announcement yesterday? There you have it.
All right, so the president on his way to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for that energy conference you just heard there. We'll, of course, be covering it for you throughout the day here on Real America's Voice. The moment he takes the podium in Pittsburgh, we'll take you there live as well. For now, let's get you back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
This has been a live special report. We now join our programming already in progress.
But he hasn't been charged yet. They'll just call you co-conspirator one. They're not going to say Charlie Kirk until they're ready to indict. And the reason for that, again, is you don't want to accuse people before they're charged. And then once they're charged, they're still innocent until proven guilty. In the court of public opinion, when you just start releasing all of this documentation, you don't have that careful, controlled process by which the truth can be arrived at through our legal system.
Look, but we have to start to see some credible information to come out, credible information. So the first question I have from your reporting, why is it that there has not been, for 9 days now, not a singular press conference? I mean, Caroline Leavitt tried her best. And then also, Mark, why is it that a lot of your colleagues in the Washington press corps have not asked the president about this for nearly a week and a half?
I think there was some questioning that was done outside of Air Force One, but had I been there, I would have certainly asked a little more about it. But Donald Trump certainly doesn't want to talk about it. As for whether Pam Bondi and, to a degree, the deputy DOJ, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who's in charge of the criminal division, whether they wind up talking to the press, perhaps you, a podcast is probably a preferred forum to discuss the case. I think that's still an open question. But for now, the administration is following the lead, as it does and as it's structured to do, of the president. President Trump doesn't want to really talk about this. He wants to move on. And so the official position now of the administration is, we've said what we've said, and until the president decides to sort of uncork the bottle or decide to do more, we're not going to do more.
Right. Just to one point here, though, I have to elaborate a little bit further, though. I know you said the president doesn't want to talk about it, but since when is the Washington press corps not asked questions about stuff Trump doesn't want to talk about?
That's a great question. Again,
what are your colleagues saying? No, not you. I'm not blaming you, but I am curious. I'm not blaming you. Help the audience understand why your colleagues in the media are so uninterested in this.
I think there is some interest in this.
No, they don't ask me a single question. I mean, there was 65 questions asked of President Trump in a week and a half. And so from us in the grassroots, the reason this is important is that if he's not hearing from it from the Washington press corps, then he's like, oh, okay, it's not as big of a deal. So it's a little strange that the Washington press corps is not asking questions about it. I don't quite. They're only covering one element of it. They're covering the, well, you know, MAGA is upset about this. Is it that maybe they're intimidated by President Trump?
I'd say there's a number of factors. One, yes, he can be scary for people to ask questions of, and some people don't necessarily do a very good job asking the question of that. I'm not going to name names. Two, there is the overall perception in the mainstream media that the reality is the reason that sort of the online MAGA base and a number of people who might not even be Trump voters think there's so much more here is that they were spun up by conspiracy theories that wound up either being untrue or unproducible or unverifiable. So there's no point asking. I, however, am in your boat here that I think more questions should be asked about what the president is thinking and why he arrived at this idea. There is that notable Fox interview that resurfaced recently where he was asked about disclosing these records, and his response, I thought, was kind of telling, and not enough people, I think, had paid attention to it, which is he had mentioned that, and I'm sort of paraphrasing here, the reason he doesn't want to disclose those records is, quote, there's a lot of phony stuff in there, and this stuff he doesn't want to get out. And I think Donald Trump understands that because he was friends with Epstein for a period of time, he's going to be mentioned in there. Now, Julie Brown, who is the Miami Herald reporter, who really was the one responsible for exposing the sweetheart deal that Epstein got and bringing him back to justice in 2018, 2019, she has said she has not really heard that Donald Trump is a major player there. However, Trump is aware that once these documents get released, you're going to get those headlines, but there are also just other people who are going to be collateral damage. And that's just a controlling concern of his. That's something I would like to ask him more about, and I'd like to hear more from him.
Sure.
And yeah, sure, if I have an opportunity, you talk to Trump all the time. If he wants to sit down with an interview with me or discuss it, I would be more than happy to do it.
We'll see what happens. Mark, I do want to keep you for another segment, though. I want to just narrow in more on the move of the unsealing of the Department of Justice grand jury testimony and whether or not you're saying it's very rare. However, I do think this is a rare case, and I understand that it's without cross-examination. But the American people, especially the base that watches this audience, is overwhelmingly interested, as they should be, in this story. And so thank you for saying that, Mark. Mark, stay right there. You've been doing some great reporting on this. What do we have, guys? Alan Jackson Ministries. Check it out right now at Alan Jackson Ministries. I'm excited to tell you that I'll be speaking at the Culture and Christianity Conference at World Outreach Church just south of Nashville, Tennessee this September. And I'm inviting you to join me. My friend, Pastor Alan Jackson, organized this conference so that we can address the issues we're facing today. You'll gain insight and valuable perspective on what's happening in the world today, learn how to recognize truth from deception, find boldness so you can defend your faith with confidence and compassion. Join me, Pastor Alan Sage Steele, Dr. Bill Lyle, and many more September 19th and 20th. Registration is now open. Learn more at alanjackson.com/Charlie. That is alanjackson.com/Charlie. So check it out right now, alanjackson.com/Charlie. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. We have Mark Caputo from Axios. 3 ways that Trump might be able to solve the Epstein situation. We'll continue in just a second.
Newsflash, Democrats. America is a republic, not a democracy. Fact check. True.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. You guys should check out whyrefi.com. That is whyrefi.com. Private student loan debt in America totals about $300 billion. Why Refi refinances distressed or defaulted private student loans that others will not touch. Why Refi refinances which student loans are different from federal loans. Many clients aren't even able to make the minimum monthly payment on their private student loans when they first contact Why Refi. Can you imagine being debt-free and not living under this burden anymore? Go to whyrefi.com. Why Refi offers a 3-minute rate check without any credit impact. Go to whyrefi.com. You don't have to ignore that mountain of student loan statements on your kitchen table anymore. Call 888-WHY-REFI-34. That is 888-WHY-REFI-34. May not be available in all 50 states. Just call 888-WHY-REFI-34 or log on to whyrefi.com, YREFY.com. If you go to whyrefi.com, you can read the testimonials from other people who've been where you are. Go to whyrefi.com. Many clients aren't even able to make the minimum monthly payment, so go to whyrefi.com. That is YREFY.com. That is whyrefi.com. Mark Caputo from Axios continues. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Stay right there. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Mark Caputo is with us from Axios. 3 ways that Trump might be able to diffuse the Epstein situation. So, Mark, just really quick, it's rare, but is it possible, is the word I'm looking for, to unseal the grand jury testimony?
I think it's possible, but if it's unsealed, I cannot see how there would not be redactions in it that would make people happy. Ultimately, part of the problem that the Trump administration has here is this is an article of faith by a number of people that there's an evil cabal of corrupt princes that rule this world and get away with crimes against children and humanity, and the Epstein case is a perfect example. And so if everything were to somehow come out, that would probably not be enough for some people. But I'm not making a false choice here. The reality is there's a space between what was released on Sunday and what has been released so far and what can be released. So putting on my sort of thinking cap and listening to what folks in and out of the administration have said about these 3 sort of different ideas to bring more transparency to that. One of the ideas, the leading one, is to have that special master, special prosecutor, special counsel to review the case and participate in sort of unredacting various documents and documentation. And I think there you could wind up with grand jury information disclosed, but it would be so exceedingly rare, and it would take quite an act by the president, by the government, by the Department of Justice to decide to stick by that. I'm not going to say never, but there's just such institutional resistance in DOJ, regardless of who is there, and partly understandably so. But to your point, this has reached at least online, a crisis point for the administration to respond to. And there is a contrast to be drawn between the way the administration is handling the Epstein case and the way it's handling the disclosure of the JFK files. JFK was murdered 62 years ago, and we're still receiving documentation now and more evidence, in part because the Trump administration has demanded that the United States government finally make good on the 1992 JFK Records Act and disclose everything. And we're still learning new stuff. And one of the reasons that's a good idea is that when you have information vacuums, false conspiracy theories easily fill it. And in the absence of more information, I don't think a lot of people are going to be satisfied with the answers or lack thereof that they've gotten so far.
So what are the other 2 ideas then that you would propose to be able to proceed here?
Well, I wouldn't propose. I just in my reporting, what they're discussing, it's understandable and it's rational, which is this special master to not only help disclose records and to issue a final report and to re-examine the case, but also to redact those records that have, or unredact those records that have so far been released. Some of that can be done relatively easily. The government, regardless of agency and administration, always has a tendency to over-redact things. And then lastly, to petition the courts to release those things that can be released without harming victims and innocent people who happen to be accused of wrongdoing or just happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
So the final point, I suppose, here is that is it your reporting and your contention that the current information that the Department of Justice has, they cannot release or they will not release? And what is the reason your reporting bears out as to why they cannot or will not release all the information gathered currently at the Department of Justice?
I think it's a combination of cannot release and will not release. That is, they are still bound. The Department of Justice is a group of attorneys, and they're bound by their oath to the court and the U.S. legal system. And the U.S. legal system, to put it charitably, frowns on disclosing things like grand jury testimony for the reasons previously stated. But where there's a will, there's a way. And if President Trump determines that this stuff needs to be done, I assume that it's going to get done in a relatively short period of time, but it's going to take a while.
Mark, thank you for your time. Axios.com. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Email us freedom@charliekirk.com and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. You guys, coming up next is Mike Benz. We're going to keep on diving into this and examining it from all angles. Again, when you guys subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page, you guys are able to hear all of our episodes on demand and in real time. You guys can follow the QR code right now and check out the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. I think Mark's reporting was very good on this, but I'm of the opinion you got to move to unseal the DOJ. The DOJ's got to move to unseal the grand jury testimony. You got to figure it out. We need to have movement on this. That amongst many other ideas. When there is a will, there is a way, and Mike Benz is going to help examine all of this. Because as I've been communicating to those in the administration, the grassroots energy on this is extreme. And that was demonstrated at our event in Tampa over the weekend. Mike Benz next.
this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump is set to take the stage in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in about an hour or so as the featured speaker at the inaugural event, or the inaugural Energy and Innovation event. It's hosted by Senator Dave McCormick of Pennsylvania, and the summit is billed as bringing together the top names in energy and artificial intelligence. McCormick says today's event is about showcasing Pennsylvania's incredible potential to power the AI revolution.
There's no better place, and I mean this, there's no better place than Pennsylvania to lead the next revolution in energy, technology, and artificial intelligence. From our abundant energy sector, our incredible universities, not just Carnegie Mellon, but Penn State University, Penn, Drexel, Lehigh, so many. Our Commonwealth is poised to lead the next era of growth and opportunity.
The senator serves on the Energy and Natural Resources Committee. He's pushing to bring more energy and development jobs specifically to Pittsburgh. In fact, just last month, along with his Pennsylvania colleague, Democrat John Fetterman, McCormick introduced a bill to move the Department of Energy's Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management to Pittsburgh. We, of course, will have live coverage of President Trump's remarks right here on Real America's Voice the moment he touches down and takes the podium. Stay tuned for that. While the president's focus is on America first, he also has one eye on the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine. Meeting with NATO's Secretary General at the White House on Monday, the commander-in-chief making it clear that his patience with Vladimir Putin is running short.
We are very unhappy, I am, with Russia, but we'll discuss that maybe a different day. But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%. You'd call them secondary tariffs. You know what that means.
The president also striking a deal with NATO and Ukraine to send weapons to the war zone. The key is that the United States will only manufacture the heavy artillery. NATO will pay for it and get it into the proper hands. That's a quick check of your headlines. As always, we appreciate having you along for the ride. I'm Terrence Bates. Now, let's get you back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Early treatment from socialism saves lives. The Charlie Kirk Show is back.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. I want to get, there's some breaking news here. President Trump mentioned, got a couple questions on Epstein. I do want to play those here because we have Mike Benz as well. But first, Hillsdale College, history, economics, the great works of literature. Did you study these things in school? Probably not, or even if you did, maybe it's time for an enjoyable refresher. Go to charlieforhillsdale.com. In this 8-lecture course, you'll learn from Hillsdale College President Larry Arnn as he goes in depth on 4 novels, 1984, Brave New World, Darkness at Noon, and That Hideous Strength. They're highly relevant today as they show what a tyrannical government does to human nature. More importantly, they can show us what that faith, family, and friends are worth fighting for. Maybe you read these things, these books a long time ago in school. Maybe you've heard others talk about them. Right now, go to charlieforhillsdale.com to enroll. That is charlieforhillsdale.com. They are America's greatest college. charlieforhillsdale.com. That is charlieforhillsdale.com. Joining us now is Mike Benz. Mike does a wonderful job. Mike, thank you for taking the time. So, Mike, I want to keep our conversation very focused on what can be done. A separate time we could talk about all the unanswered questions, of which there are aplenty, and the messaging fumble and all of that. If you were advising the President of the United States, if President Donald Trump called you up and said, Mike, what should I do that is reasonable, what would you tell him to do?
I would tell him to have Pam Bondi walk down the hallway at Main Justice to the Office of Professional Responsibility, OPR, and pull all files related to the November 2020 OPR report that evaluated Jeffrey Epstein's 2008 plea deal. In the process of that OPR investigation, they interviewed everyone at Justice who was involved in that 2008 plea deal of Jeffrey Epstein and sought to put the story to bed by collecting transcribed interviews, audio, and basically reams of files. The report itself took 9 months to produce. It's 348 pages long, but it leaves out the critical information that's necessary for both the public and the current Justice Department to understand the Epstein issue. In particular, they interviewed Alex Acosta, the main Justice Department official who gave Jeffrey Epstein the sweetheart plea deal, about Epstein's intelligence ties. They have a one-line summary for that conversation buried in a footnote on footnote 244. Pull that transcript from DOJ, OPR, and Alex Acosta and make that transcript public so we know exactly what the Justice Department asked about Epstein's intelligence ties and exactly what Acosta, who cut the plea deal, said.
Okay, so let me just repeat that. So this was an OPR, Office of what again?
Professional Responsibility.
Professional Responsibility internal report on Jeffrey Epstein. Is that correct?
Well, they produced it for the public. This was here's the history of this. The second indictment for Jeffrey Epstein happened after I believe it was the Miami Herald published a kind of blockbuster series in 2018 about the contents of the secret plea deal that the Justice Department cut. The fact that it had been offered before the Justice Department even reviewed key evidence, that victims were not included in the talks about the plea deal, that it had been hijacked from the FBI, had been stopped from pursuing prosecution. That creates a big scandal. And in February 2019, the Justice Department announces that it's going to be conducting this basically special review, this Office of Professional Responsibility review of the Epstein plea deal in response to the giant outrage over the Miami Herald series. Now, 5 months later, Jeffrey Epstein in July 2019 gets arrested on July 6, 2019. 3 days later, Vicky Ward publishes an article saying Alex Acosta said that Jeffrey Epstein belonged to intelligence, and that's why he cut him the plea deal. He was told to back off.
So here's my question. So are you saying that there are transcripts that could get released that were the underlying supportive material of this OPR report?
Yes.
Okay, got it. So you want the raw data underneath the OPR report, essentially. That's the thrust of your focus. If the president was asking, hey, what do I do?
Yes, because the meta question that hangs over this whole thing is it true? Did he get the plea deal because he, quote, belonged to intelligence? And if that's true, that's the question that just has to be answered, or at least has to be attempted to be answered. Because that's really the great speculation that you can't answer fully without some sort of confirmation, or at least boxes being checked. Now, in that process, by the way, Charlie, OPR works with the CIA Office of General Counsel. The Office of General Counsel is who coordinates with the Justice Department OPR whenever there's anything sensitive or relating to classified or confidential information. Oftentimes, the DOJ and CIA will work together on any sort of classified element. And I would like to know, for example, I think the public has a right to know in the production of this November 2020 report, because it's so strange the way it's put together. It was supposed to put the intelligence issue to bed, and they buried it in one line on page 169 and footnote 244.
Let's dive into that. So this is a big part of this. So the question is, was Jeffrey Epstein an intelligence asset? And some people are saying that he was an intelligence asset of Mossad. I do have to read this, and I want your response. This is from Naftali Bennett, former Israeli prime minister. He says yesterday, quote, as former Israeli prime minister with the Mossad having reported directly to me, I can say with you 100% certainty, quote, the accusation that Jeffrey Epstein somehow worked for Israel or the Mossad running a blackmail ring is categorically and totally false. Epstein's conduct, both the criminal and merely despicable, had nothing whatsoever to do with Mossad or the state of Israel. Epstein never worked for the Mossad. This accusation is a lie being peddled by, he mentions Tucker Carlson by name, who's a friend of mine, but he does mention him, and they just make things up, say with confidence and lies, this is vicious, lies, we will not take it anymore. It's a pretty strong, and this is on X, that is a pretty strong, let's say, response. So, rebuttal, do you believe that, Mike, pretty strong denial. Do you believe that, or number one? Number two, could Jeffrey Epstein been MI6, Central Intelligence, Saudi intelligence? Mike Pence.
When I hear that, I hear the same sort of carefully worded statement that I hear from the CIA side. I don't believe that Jeffrey Epstein, his intelligence aspects were primarily around blackmail. I've never been really interested in the blackmail side of this. He was a financier. He was a financial fixer. The CIA, I can name 10 examples of the CIA using.
What do you mean a financial fixer? Because obviously he didn't make his money. I mean, he didn't earn it through trades or by market brilliance. So what do you mean by that?
Think about figures like Mark Rich and Bruce Rappaport. These are people who work with U.S. intelligence as well as Israeli intelligence, as well as intelligence agencies across the Five Eyes and across the sort of old Safari Club from the 70s and 80s. These are figures who have access to huge amounts of capital. And when the CIA wants to do something, but off books in terms of transaction, or the State Department wants a pipeline done in the Middle East, but they need they need guarantees or buy-in from a couple of different governments or arms brokers. I mean, this is like the Adnan Khashoggi story, for example, right? Adnan Khashoggi, Jeffrey Epstein personally bragged that Adnan Khashoggi was one of his top clients in 1987. Well, what was Adnan Khashoggi doing in 1987? Adnan Khashoggi was the middleman between the U.S. and Israel on Iran-Contra. It was Adnan Khashoggi, when he flew to the White House, now Adnan Khashoggi was a Saudi, the biggest arms dealer in world history. He made 3 times more as a commissions agent for Lockheed Martin than every other arms broker combined, 3 times more.
So let me just interrupt you. Sorry, Mike. This is breaking news. This is 3:34. President Trump was asked about Jeffrey Epstein, saying that anything that is credible should be released. It's funny. We said the same thing yesterday, just moments ago. Play cut 3:34.
On Epstein, of the review of the files, Attorney General Pam Bondi.
A very quick briefing.
Did she tell you, what did she tell you about the review? And specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden, and we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well, and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release.
That's the end at the kicker here, and it's a little so Mike, I'm sorry to interrupt because that was very important. We're going to go long here, by the way, so we're going to be able to cover this from all dimensions. So based on your original point, that OPR, Office of General Counsel transcript would be credible, right, and then potentially could be released. So that would fit within what you're talking about here, Mike Pence.
Exactly. Hard forensic evidence. I also believe that on the CIA side, you're not looking for blackmail. Look, I'm not saying blackmail didn't happen. I don't know if it did or didn't, but I don't see the evidence that it did. And it wouldn't be Epstein himself who would be doing it, because then you lose all the access and you lose all the deal brokering if you have a reputation as a blackmailer. The fact is what the CIA needs first and foremost is money. Jeffrey Epstein's career started at the time of the creation of a private CIA in the CIA. He started his career at Bear Stearns under Ace Greenberg in 1976. He was there until 1980. That's the exact period under Jimmy Carter when the CIA got destroyed in the budget, got all these handcuffs placed on it. In 1979, Iran fell. And this is what set off a whole private CIA operation through Iran-Contra and the Iran-Iraq war between 1980 and 1988. And it was this exact network of financiers, primarily around U.S., Israel, but also UK, France, and Saudi, and their interests in having to deal with Iran. And so you have these financial fixers. Like, let's just stick with this Khashoggi story for a second.
Yeah, you got 30 seconds. Sorry, Mike. Keep going.
it was Khashoggi, when Khashoggi flew to the White House in 1983 to meet with Ronald Reagan's national security advisor to pitch the idea of arms to Iran to sell the proceeds to Nicaragua. That was the whole plan was how do you do that despite an arms embargo, the fact that it's illegal. So what they did is they used Israel as a middleman to sell the arms and then achieve the goals in Nicaragua. But this was a U.S. intelligence operation that needed covert financing through Adnan Khashoggi, Jeffrey Epstein client, in order to sell arms to Iran to basically have a proxy war in Nicaragua. What I'm saying is this is the sort of thing that you need for covert action. You need covert financing. Jeffrey Epstein, everyone who talks to him.
Okay, so let me just be sorry, Mike. I'm going to blow through the brakes here. But then where do you think is the source of the money then?
Well, I think the source of the money are the folks in different aspects of the finance world who are principally who have access to the pools of money that Epstein brokers. So, for example, I think that Jeffrey Epstein got his start of his career serving Bear Stearns. Well, I think it started, with the Edgar Bronfman and the Ace Greenberg network.
10 seconds. We'll be right back. Let's blow through the brakes. I'm trying to make sense of this because Mike's onto something. Stay right there. Okay, got it. So Mike Benz is here. So, Mike, I'm just trying to understand here. So basically, your theory is he helped intelligence agencies by providing funds to people they wanted to give to indirectly. He was a money man. Is that, and the sex stuff was a sideshow because he was a creep, pervert, evil person. Is that right?
Yeah, not even thinking about the sex stuff. That's not what would be in the intelligence files. What I believe you would find if you looked for it would be the different financial transactions, the private financial. So the role would not be as an asset. And this is why I say I don't like when I hear the phrase intelligence asset. And whenever I hear Pam Bondi being asked about it or Alex Acosta being asked about intelligence asset, I think, well, that's a limited hangout. You know what you're asking there. You know that's not the question. There is not going to be a human 201 file on Jeffrey Epstein. There never is for financial fixers. I did a study recently of 10 financial fixers that the CIA used for various covert financing.
Name
for covert
one
action.
high-profile one that people would know.
Bruce Rappaport, Mark Rich. As I just said, I have a list on me if you want me to go through some of the names.
Fine, yeah. So the intelligence financial fixer, someone who is given a pool of money and distributes it upon command.
No. They're not given a pool of money. They have access to money. So let me give you an example. Okay, in 1951, declassified CIA records show the head of intelligence, head of research and analysis for the CIA, sending a letter to the head of the CIA saying, next time you talk to the Ford Foundation, ask them if they can provide financing to the following universities. Now, this is because the CIA doesn't have enough money in the budget to fund 30 different universities. They want financing for research done at universities on Sovietology, on what's going on in Africa or Asia. They don't have the money for it. They can't get it through Congress, but they have friends of the station. And so they will speak with outside groups, or they'll speak with foundations or hedge fund managers to arrange financing that is not on the CIA's books, and that will accomplish the goal. It's the same thing with Epstein. Epstein I don't think is moving CIA money. The CIA has a goal, for example, in the Middle East. They want a pipeline constructed, or they want some initiative to go through, but it requires juicing the deal by getting buy-in from folks in Saudi Arabia, folks in Egypt, folks in France. somebody has to put that deal together and be responsible for the deal in case it goes wrong. And also, sometimes these deals are quite dirty, or they inflame other allies of the United States. So the U.S. does not want to look like.
Hold that thought. Stay right there, Mike. Stay right there. Okay, go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Check it out right now. Patriotmobile.com is amazing. Make the switch right now. I realize there are many choices when it comes to who to choose for your cell phone service, and there are new ones popping up all the time. But here's the truth. There's only one that boldly stands in the gap. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile's been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Don't just take my word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've made the switch. Go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Call 972-PATRIOT today, or go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. Again, use promo code Charlie for a free month of service. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie, and make the switch today. Mike, please continue your thoughts. Sorry, I keep interrupting.
Okay. So let's use a specific example. I mentioned a couple names like Bruce Rappaport, Mark Rich, and the like. So Bruce Rappaport, there's a scandal that folks would do well to look back at today, and that was the pipeline scandal in the 1980s that involved Ronald Reagan's Attorney General during the attempted construction of a pipeline through Iraq. Now, this was the Iraq was being the pipeline was to be built by basically the Bechtel Halliburton network, a U.S. company, but there was a lot of tensions because of the Iran-Iraq war, and so the U.S. government wanted this pipeline done. The CIA wanted this pipeline done. They believed that it would advance U.S. interest to do so, but they wanted to make sure that Israel did not attack the pipeline because of its proximity to the conflict zone. So what they did is they engaged Bruce Rappaport, a outside, highly controversial financier, Swiss-Israeli, who was also basically a very close friend of William Casey, the CIA director. They were golfing buddies. They were close friends. They met very frequently, and Bruce Rappaport played the role of not only providing the financing but ensuring that there would be security guarantees, because he was very close with friends in the Israeli government. Now, what happened there was there ended up being a special prosecutor investigation into the Attorney General of the United States because of this scandal, because they argued that there was kind of a pay-to-play aspect going on with this. And they argued that there were bribes, but what Bruce Rappaport ended up saying later was, no. There were no bribes. According to this secret deal, the Israeli government was actually going to get a 30% equity stake in it. So nobody actually got paid. But the fact is, at that point, you need to coordinate 4 different Middle East governments, as well as U.S. and U.S. contractor interests in this. So this is what I believe the girls are in the Epstein story. Girls juice deals. When you are having to coordinate with all these sort of Saudi sheikhs and high net worth individuals, and you're doing business, you're doing deals, and being around young women for parties and things like that is a way to create an environment where people like hanging out with you and want to do deals with you, because these deals last for years. They want to be around. They may think they can only get access to the deals, if
so
they.
So you think the girls were a means to the money was not a means to the girls?
I think the girls were a way primarily of juicing deals. You're more likely to do business with someone who provides you a currency you can't get elsewhere. You have these 60, 70-year-old dudes who can't meet, an 18-year-old, girl at a bar anymore. Where do you meet them? Well, you meet him at Jeffrey Epstein's place. Hey, if I do this deal with Jeffrey Epstein, he can supply me with girls. So even though this pipeline might not be in my interest, even if I really don't care about the petroleum market in Kenya, even if I really don't want to sell guns to Antigua, I know if I do this deal, then I had a great time at that last party. I'd like to be included at the next one. And so, that is a very plausible. I'm not saying definitively that's what's happening. That's what happened here. But that explains it, in my view, without even having to go, much farther than that. Because here's the thing. You don't have 201 files. You don't have these. An intelligence asset is someone who is formally recruited. And there needs to be counterintelligence done on that. It's a process. There's a vast field beyond asset, and it's called cooperative contact, or facilitator, or liaison. And these are the brokers, because you need these brokers, these fall guy type figures, but who also are willing to
broker makes sense. No, that's the key word. Now it's really hit. I'm going to keep you through the break. We're going to end on Radio and Rev. 10 seconds. We got uninterrupted time, Mike. So
this is why Bill Burns, the CIA director, met 3 times with Jeffrey Epstein.
Be right back.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
Governor Murphy declaring a state of emergency in New Jersey due to the flash flooding and high levels of rainfall. And then here, drivers in Westchester County. We are tracking reports of damage, flooding, water rescues. It's happening across the tri-state area.
Attention passengers, I'm going to call this one in. I can't open the doors if not safe. Give me a second.
We're very pleased with where we are right now. We're collecting about $5 billion in tariffs a week, and the numbers are going up. We've collected over $100 billion of tariffs since President Trump took office.
The dairy industry has now made a commitment to get rid of all dyes by the end of 2026. And some of them are already taking action. Some of them already gotten rid of the dyes. We now have, with this contribution, with this commitment, we now have about 40% of the food industry that's already made that commitment. And 35% of the food industry had already gotten rid of the dyes.
The days of the United States sending unlimited taxpayer dollars to defend Ukraine are over. President Trump has made a very smart decision and an agreement with NATO, which says Europe and Canada will pay for the weapons. The United States will manufacture them.
Very unhappy I am with Russia. We're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. Today is July 15th, 2025, Anno Domini. Folks, ton of information and news coming out of the White House over the last really 24 hours. One of the biggest ones, of course, being this idea of new weapons packages for Ukraine. And so what I wanted to do is get in here for a little bit right off the start and talk about the situation report, or give a sit rep on what's going on in Ukraine. There's also new Epstein polling out. We're going to get to that in just a little bit. But looking at Ukraine right now, specifically on the ground. When you look at the map, the real question is what will change? What has changed on the map? What has occurred in this, what we've called the lava advance of the Russian military forces in those eastern-speaking provinces, particularly with a few breakouts. And the question on a lot of analysts' heads is that will this change anything strategically for Russia? Of course, we're seeing the Russian armed forces. They're continuing this strategy. They're continuing this strategy of what I've called it the lava advance. Others have called it the lava advance. It's war of attrition. So war of attrition means you steadily grind down the forces of the other side while continuing your advance, breaking out where you're able to. It is slow. It is devastating. And what you're seeing is steady pressure, destruction of infrastructure, and you're going after those reserves. So when people look at the map, they say, wait a minute. So when you see this map here, it says, hey, there's not much change on this map since 2022 or 2023. Does that mean that Russia isn't doing anything? Does that mean they've held off? And I say, well, what are you not seeing on the map right there? What you're not seeing are the numbers of the Ukrainian reserves, the numbers of the manpower. So you're talking about Bradleys, you're talking about HIMARS, you're talking about MATVs, you're talking about Strikers, you're talking about all of this equipment. But here's the point. The desertion rate, there are reports that the desertion rate is now at 70% for the Ukrainian military. There are people who are getting drafted and conscripted in their 40s, even older. You're looking at the ages of some of these units are going higher and higher and higher. And guess what? Anyone who can get out is. I just saw a video the other day of a woman who died trying to prevent her son from being conscripted and grabbed by these recruiters off the street. The time will tell whether or not this new technology, these new arms, really are able to change anything on the ground in Ukraine.
and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live, Human Events Daily, back in Washington, D.C. after the Turning Point Student Action Summit we held down there in Tampa, Florida. Massive, massive event, tens of thousands of students, some what do they say, lifelong students as well. But, you know, the predominant, I would say, demographic there was, you know, was definitely in the college age range and even younger, even high school as well. And so huge shout out to Charlie Kirk. He's done it again, folks. Charlie Kirk has done it again in terms of being able to hold one of these incredible summits, getting the students together, getting and by the way, lively debates on a number of issues: Israel, Iran, Epstein. So many of these things came up, and I started a little debate of my own that went pretty viral online regarding what is an American. Interesting. Folks, this year, gold hit an all-time high at $3,800, and silver is trading near $40 an ounce. And with the uncertainty of war, inflation, interest rates, and all the tariff news, the sky is literally the limit when it comes to these precious metals. And people always ask me, okay, Poso, how do I get involved? The answer is simple. We're talking Allegiance Gold. Now, whether you're a collector looking for the best pricing in the metal space, precious metal space, or looking to protect your future, it doesn't matter if it's $5,000 or $5 million. Now is the time to act. Just go to protectwithposo.com to get started. Now, Allegiance Gold has the top ratings in the industry. I've been partnering with them for years. When you go to protectwithposo.com right now or call 844-577-POSO, you can move parts of your 401k, IRA, or savings into real physical gold and silver. And you may qualify for up to $5,000 in free silver. And with the way the market is looking, that free silver could be worth a lot more by the time it arrives securely at your doorstep. Call 844-577-POSO or visit protectwithposo.com. That's 844-577-7676 or protectwithposo.com. It's smart, secure, and simple. Call 844-577-7676. Now, folks, I wanted to get into, of course, the information regarding the Epstein files, the Epstein list, et cetera, et cetera. I gave a huge speech. It was the first words out of my mouth at the Student Action Summit over the weekend. And obviously, it just became one of those stories that I would say it really took over the entire event. It took over the entire summit in many ways. Of course, there were a few other breakout moments as well, but this was the story that I think dominated the headlines, certainly dominated the headlines out there in the world. And so we've got a couple clips. President Trump was asked about Epstein a few times just a few minutes ago. By the way, I want to also point out Nikki Haley, of all people. Nikki Haley says, "Release the Epstein files and let the chips fall where they may. This is why people don't trust government. You can never go wrong with being transparent. Redact victims' names, but release the rest." So there's Nikki Haley. Even a bird brain is coming up on this one. So she put that out. Guys, if we have those clips of the president, I'd like to get his, I'd like to get that up for everyone right now.
Mr. President, your daughter-in-law said that there should be transparency in the Epstein case. Do you agree with her, sir?
The Attorney General's handled that very well. She's really done a very good job. And I think that when you look at it, you'll understand that. I would like to see that also. But I think the Attorney General, the credibility is very important. And you want credible evidence for something like that. And I think the Attorney General's handled it very well.
The Attorney General briefed you on the DOJ and FBI review, the findings of that review. The Attorney General briefed you on that.
What? On the
DOJ and FBI
on what?
review.
On what subject?
Epstein. Okay. On Epstein, of the review of the files. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
A very quick briefing.
Did she tell you, what did she tell you about the review? And specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing.
and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden, and we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well, and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release. Yeah.
So, okay, right there at the very end, I want to be clear on that. He just said whatever she thinks is credible, she should release. Now, you're also seeing that refrain come out now from Nikki Haley. We also saw, I'm told, by the way, that my good friend Benny Johnson just had a sit-down with Speaker Mike Johnson. And Speaker Mike Johnson said that we should put everything out there, and it just dropped as the show began. Appreciate it, Benny, for counter programming us here. I'm for transparency. We should put everything out there and let the people decide. Pam Bondi needs to come forward and explain to the American people, let's get this thing revolved. So that's Speaker of the House Mike Johnson also calling for Attorney General Pam Bondi to release information, as well as President Trump also, remember, at the very end there, so at first he mentions that he's supportive of AG Bondi's role in all of this, but he also says at the end that she should release whatever she deems credible. So I want to put that all out. Also, by the way, folks, we were tracking that President Trump was going to be holding this AI event at some point today. It was originally scheduled for 2:30, so we're told that's now been pushed back to 3:30. So that means I got a whole lot more time on the show today, which is great. And we've got a certain amount of time just left in this segment. So I want to go in through a little bit more of the polling data that's starting to come out from a variety of sources on this, because we're really seeing the numbers pour out, and I wonder if this is why Speaker Johnson, Nikki Haley, and others, even the president himself, are starting to now call for more information to come out. We saw. So this is on the idea about the Epstein files, Jeffrey Epstein. So the Democracy Institute has put out a poll of 1,500 likely voters. In that, and the Democracy Institute, by the way, and the National Polls will tell you over there with Raheem Kassam that they have a lot of credibility with the right. And it says, out of Trump 2024 voters, who believes that no files exist or no list exists? Only 21% of voters, Trump 2024 voters, agree with that. For Harris 2024 voters, only 28% believe. This is key. New voters for 2024. This is new voters. Only 18% of new voters. So those were those new low-prop voters who are coming into the system, getting involved in 2024 for the first time. Only 18% of them believe that no list exists. When you go to independents, obviously a larger group, that's 27%. And so you're just seeing this across the board, as well as with, let's see here, coming down, voters agree versus disagree. Voters agree versus disagree, you're seeing the exact same thing. Voter groups agree, disagree. 2024 voters, 67% disagree with this decision on the Epstein list. For Harris voters, 58% agree. So for the first time, you see Trump supporters and Harris supporters actually agreeing on the same thing. Then when it comes to new voters, 72% disagree. Independents, 60% disagree. Interestingly enough, it is upper class voters are split 48-48 agree, disagree. That is the only group for which there exists a split down the middle. It is the highest support for keeping the list secret. Middle class, 44%, working class all the way down at 26%. Folks, this is a story that when you're looking at the polling for it, really tells the tale. Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily. We'll be right back.
Today, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back live here, Human Events Daily in Washington, D.C. But what I want to do also, because we're waiting for President Trump. Now, he was originally slated to speak in just 10 minutes' time at this AI conference there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That's been shifted to the right just a little bit. But remember, of course, the president always is never late. The president is always on time. But we've got Real America's Voice correspondent Michelle Backus there on the ground in Pittsburgh to give us an update. Michelle, tell us what is going on.
Jack, a bit of breaking and definitely exciting news. This morning, we were told that there'd be about $70 billion worth of new investment here in the Keystone State. However, Senator McCormick just announced a little bit ago that number actually now $90 billion worth of new investment here in Pennsylvania. This comes as the AI Summit is happening right behind me. You can see here the room is packed as everyone is awaiting President Trump. You mentioned that he was supposed to speak in just a little bit. That time now getting pushed back as there's only standing room in this building waiting to hear that announcement. Really exciting news for Pennsylvanians especially, including you and I, Jack.
Well, that is huge. So is there any idea, what types of jobs that's going to translate over to? I mean, I remember being out there on the campaign trail. People, Carnegie Mellon graduates were talking about this. People in Southwest PA were talking about this. I actually went to that event that Elon Musk held out there, and this was a huge topic of discussion.
Yeah, so it's going to be a lot of data centers and AI investments. So a lot of investment coming from other companies pouring into the Pittsburgh and ultimately the Pennsylvania area as well. This is a abundant area for data centers to be built. Again, that's what's ultimately going to power those AI chips and power the AI revolution as well. You're going to see a lot of new jobs here and investment in that sense. There are over 60 CEOs here from major companies, including Larry Fink. You have BlackRock, Blackstone, ExxonMobil. You had Google. You also had Meta here as well. It's a pretty big investment. You have to consider as well, Pittsburgh especially was in the middle of the Industrial Revolution. Now we're seeing another Industrial Revolution in the AI front, and a lot of leaders around the country hoping for their chance to have the Silicon Valley of the East. Nonetheless, though, many people saying that it's going to be right here in Pittsburgh, especially as they look to develop more AI technology here and build those data centers as well to house the development needed.
Now, Michelle, can you run us down some of the names or some of the companies that are expected to be there today?
ExxonMobil. We also have Larry Fink. We have BlackRock and Blackstone. We also had a panel that was actually moderated by Google Alphabet CEO as well. You also have members from President Trump's cabinet that are going to be here. Doug Burgum. You even have David Sachs, the crypto czar, that's going to be here. So a long list of people. You have foreign investment as well. Everyone has eyes right now on Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And this comes, especially as you look at the energy-rich resources of this state. I mean, we're the second largest producer producer of natural gas in the country behind Texas, third in coal mining, abundant lands. We're also looking at nuclear capabilities as well. This really is a rebirth, I would say, of a city that a lot of areas are run down, dilapidated after many steel mills closed down, I would say, in the mid-1970s. Now there's a chance for that to pick back up. And nonetheless, it's happening here at Carnegie Mellon University, which, if you know anything about Carnegie Mellon, it's a STEM hub. Extremely smart people coming here and innovating tech for the future. I want to take a look right behind me too, Jack, so you can see just how important this is, because this room, again, the president isn't set to speak here for, I would say, another hour and a half, but this room is packed, standing room only. People really getting in here early to ensure they have a seat. You can see the panel up there, Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit. This also comes hand in hand as Senate Bill 939 was introduced by Senate Republicans to help fast track that AI development and make it easier for companies to create that development here in the Keystone State.
So, it's interesting that you mentioned energy, by the way, because the fact that Western Pennsylvania is such an energy nexus, when they talk about AI, one of the biggest issues that I always hear associated with this is energy generation, and the fact that these data centers, these power centers, are going to require so much energy to be able to be run. And I wonder if that's going to be part of the topic of discussion. Obviously, crypto, this plays right involved with that. The same idea, you need these huge data centers to be able to run this stuff. So I wonder, do you think there's going to be any discussion of that nexus? Probably that's why Doug Burgum would be there, just between the energy and the data creation power that you're supply that you're going to need.
Yeah, that's actually going to be a central point, and I think it's going to be hit on, especially up here on this stage. But you think about how Pennsylvania is positioned, and Pittsburgh as well. We're surrounded by rivers. We have abundant land. We have the capabilities for nuclear facilities. We have the capability to use water. And also, you look at the energy exporters. We are the second largest natural gas exporter behind Texas, one of the largest in the, one of the, I would say, top 5 to 10 in the nation, or not the nation, in the world. Nonetheless, though, you look at all of those things coming together. This is a good area in which you can build those data centers, because keep in mind, even remember when the CEO of ChatGPT said, stop using manners when you're using the algorithm, because it takes so much energy just for one user to use AI. So that's why it's going to be especially important to build out that infrastructure, because look, AI isn't going anywhere. I think we all know that it's only going to increase. So it's an important thing here to adapt and be ready for it rather than run from it. That's going to be a key point here that they're going to be talking about today.
All right, Michelle, now I got to ask, because, everyone knows my favorite governor in all of the United States, probably my favorite politician in the entire world, of course, is Governor Josh Shapiro, little Josh Shapiro, 5'3", out of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Got to ask, with all of the focus on Pennsylvania, with all of the corporate innovation that's there, even some of the corporations that I'm not a huge fan of, like BlackRock and Blackstone, are there. Is Josh Shapiro in attendance? Have you spotted him? You might have to, crouch down a little bit to see him there.
You mean your best friend, right? Well, I can tell you I haven't seen him yet, but I am told that he is here. You also see Senator John Fetterman that is applauding this and participating as well. And look, John Fetterman got his start in politics by being mayor of Braddock. Braddock is one of those abandoned steel towns outside of Pittsburgh that was completely dilapidated once the steel mills left, and he tried to revamp that, and ultimately, I don't know how he got to the Senate, but somehow that shows you where the Democrats are at. Nonetheless, though, I really can't understand how this couldn't be a bipartisan issue. Senator McCormick said he's welcome to working with anyone on either side, because it's all about bringing the economy and industries back to Pennsylvania. We have so many opportunities, including our workforce as well, to do that. So really, if you aren't on board with this, I really can't imagine that you're rooting for your state in general, but I haven't seen your best friend yet. Jack, if I do see him, though, here today, I'll make sure to tell him you said hi.
Please do, and maybe Senator Fetterman could put Josh Shapiro up on his giant, Bigfoot shoulders there, so we could look over the crowd. Michelle, we got to run. We're just about out of time, but I'm sure Real America's Voice will come right back to you as soon as it starts. Folks, we'll be right back. Human Events Daily continues.
Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are, live Human Events Daily. Now, folks, we are waiting for President Trump to begin that AI conference up there in Pittsburgh. But while we do, have a couple more interviews that we snagged while on the sidelines of Turning Point Student Action Summit down in Tampa, and was very honored to actually sit down with Senator Bernie Moreno of the great state of Ohio. I'm going to throw to that now. All right, Jack Posobiec here, Human Events Daily, on the sidelines of the Turning Point Student Action Summit. What an incredible success. And it's only because of such a great success because of the support of so many people out there who have come to visit. And then also that's what's attracted such high level and high profile individuals, such as our guest right here, Senator Bernie Moreno from the great state of Ohio. Thanks so much for being back on the show, Senator. Now, President Trump, you know, they say presidencies, they only really get, you know, maybe one, maybe two signature pieces of legislation. The Trump tax cuts were the first time around. This time around, it's the big, beautiful bill, which enshrines the tax cuts, but it goes a bit further. One of the things that our audience has been really focused on like a laser beam is this ICE budget. We say this essentially 20Xs the ICE budget. You've been a champion for the BBB. Tell us, why was it so important to give ICE that funding? The left, of course, went absolutely bonkers. And I said, wow, you guys are the best salesmen for this thing because of how nuts they went. I said, wait a minute, you guys are turning ICE into a budget that's, you know, higher than any law enforcement agency in the country. And I said, really, quite frankly, it's needed. But walk us through some of those deliberations and why you came out so strongly for it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, look, we got to remember, because it's hard because we've probably put that in the past, what happened during Biden.
Yes.
So during Biden, you had millions of people that came across our border. And Jack, as you know, to come across the border is pretty darn easy. You come across the border, we don't send you back. They didn't send you back during Biden.
Right.
You cross the border, you raise your hand, you claim asylum, we gave you an airline ticket, we gave you housing, we gave you health care, we gave you food. It was like hitting the lottery. So it was so easy to get people, and millions of people. Now to get people out, it's really, really, really hard. To get one human being out of this country with all the due process that the Democrats expect, it takes multiple people to do it. Tons of hours of man time. That translates into cost. We had up until the big beautiful bill, we had 5,000 ICE agents. Tell me how 5,000 people
wait. Across the entire country,
the entire United States of America, we had 5,000 ICE agents to deport
that's not possible.
20 million people. So tell me how you do that.
We have cities with larger police forces than that.
By the way, the Capitol Police has more than 5,000 people.
I'm sure they do.
Right, so it's impossible. And to make it even worse, these sanctuary cities, when they arrest an illegal, rather than saying, hey, this guy's in our jail, come get him, so that one person can go get that one criminal, they would set that person free. So now you need a team of people and cars and backup and investigations to go get that one person.
Well, and when you take out, and that's the ICE detainer, when you take that out of the system, what you're doing is you're drastically increasing the risk to those agents and quite frankly, possibly to anyone else in the community where they might be living, because you don't know if someone's going to be armed. You don't know, in many cases they are. You don't know what is going to be facing those agents. And we just saw, a couple of days ago here in Los Angeles where they were taking shots at ICE agents conducting an enforcement activity. So it's so much safer, by the way, even for the individual being detained
100%.
In a situation like that, than to put them in another situation. And yet these sanctuary cities, which, and by the way, my hometown was turned into a sanctuary city in Pennsylvania years ago, and it's just completely been lost. It's completely lost. So I see what this does to towns, but it's also something where you're seeing the effect on the officers as well.
Yeah, and we have to remember why this matters so much.
Yes.
It's not just that you have people that broke into our country. That is offensive enough, but it's driven up our home prices, driven up our car prices, our insurance prices, made our cities dangerous, and it lowered drastically American wages. So we have to reverse that. So what we got to do is also remember that human trafficking sex trafficking, child trafficking, and drug trafficking, or money laundering, is now all one criminal enterprise that's hiding behind what's front companies and what looks to be legitimate businesses. That's really hard for ICE to go after. So we had to give them the resources. It's going to take a while, but it's the most important thing we got going. But here's the good news. There's nobody else coming in. The faucet stopped. The bleeding has ended. We've had 0 paroles into America last month. 0, Jack. 0. Imagine if I was on your show a year ago, and said, President Trump is going to get it so that not one human being is released into America. You'd say that's impossible.
I would say, well, Senator, I mean, I'm sure he'll do a lot, but, he's not going to get to 0.
Right.
That's just not, it's not possible.
Or bring encounters down by 95% in the first 6 months. And that's before we gave him the money. Now with the money, we're going to, as Hakeem Jeffries would say, we've turbocharged the effort. Right?
Well, you say you're going to have ICE on steroids. Yes, we are.
Yes, we are. Stop selling the bill.
And to your point as well on how it's become one enterprise is Gavin Newsom. I'm sure you saw Gavin Newsom when they conducted this raid out in California, and they were going to, it turned out it was a couple of cannabis farms, and they were going after the workers, and Gavin Newsom said, hey, you can't use tear gas down there. There's kids in there. And you turn, wait a minute, what are minors doing working on a cannabis field? Okay, it's legal in California, whatever, but the point is, why are there minors working there? And it turned out the minors, I believe, because I saw DHS put out, that they turned out to also be illegals. And I think that speaks to the truth of what you're saying. This is an operation.
Well, also, by the way, as somebody who's a legal immigrant to this country from South America, imagine they say, well, who's going to pick our crops? That's the same argument that was made during slavery, Jack.
Yes.
Right? Look, they say, well, Americans won't do this work. They don't finish the sentence. They won't do this work for that wage and those working conditions, right? Because, yes, we don't allow 14-year-olds to go work 10 hours a day in this country, and that's a good thing, right? Ironically, we're the party that protects workers' rights, American workers' ability to earn an income. But when you're competing with people who are willing to basically get starvation wages, that's not what we don't want to turn America into that. So, look, this is the dirty little secret of the Democrats. They wanted cheap labor for their multimillionaire donors. And the party's over. We're going to restore law and order in this country. We're going to stop allowing people to come into this country illegally. And the message has got to be very straightforward. We'll eventually catch every illegal in this country and deport you. That's the message. So either you do it voluntarily, and maybe, with a big M, maybe we give you a path to come back in some sort of legal way. But if we put hands on you and deport you, your family, anybody you ever know, will never be allowed into this country again.
Well, and one of the economic forces that you just touched on comparing to slavery, there's a big actual similarity here, because if you go back in time, the cotton gin was invented before the eradication of slavery in the country. But the reason it wasn't so rapidly and widely deployed in the South was because of the laborers they had. It disincentivized industrialization of that process. So we have these. What do we need any machines for? You're seeing the same thing now with automation.
Exactly.
Because we have so many, there's tomato pickers and all sorts of machines. I see, you go to any farm show, you'll see all this stuff, but there's a disincentivization that goes on, and you're from the business world, you get this. They say, what do I need all that capital? Because that's a capital cost that you don't want to incur, and you don't have to if you have this massive cheap labor force.
Yeah, if you can bring a bunch of illegals here that will work for starvation labor, and then hand those people off to the taxpayer and say, you take care of them. You cover their health care, you cover their education, right? You cover their housing, and then there's Americans going, hey, how about me? Right? Like Springfield, Ohio, a town of 20, 30,000 people.
How is Springfield doing?
Well, look, it's going to be doing a lot better now that we're going to get rid of the Haitians. So I gave the wrong numbers. A town of 50 to 60,000 people, 18 to 30,000 Haitians come into that community, of which maybe 500 had jobs. Maybe. And by the way, those 500 jobs belong to Americans first, right? Yes. But now, what are the other 18, 20,000 people doing, Jack? They're on government welfare services. That's for American citizens. Like, how insane is it that you're an elected official, that you swore an oath to protect and defend this country and the people in it, and you're giving away our money to people who broke into this country. How many people would you house in your home that broke into your house?
Not a single one.
Not a single one.
Of course not.
Because it's insane.
Well, and they play these games, and they'll talk about, and the Bible says love your neighbor, as if that's all the Bible says. I think there's a little bit more to it there, And by the way, I said, here's what I say, if someone comes here truly, from the Christian perspective, I'm a Christian, I'm a Catholic, right? And if someone comes around and they're truly starving, of course you feed them. That's what my mother taught me. But if someone shows up, hundreds of people, thousands of people, and demands to be fed, no, that is not charity. That is force. That is not something we're compelled to do in any way. And at the end of the day, it's a question of, and actually former Senator J.D. Vance, Vice President Vance, had the diatribe about this, of how even Thomas Aquinas talked about how when it comes to duty, you have a duty to your family,
exactly.
You have a duty to your community. As a senator, you have a duty to your constituents first.
Well, look, you have a family.
Of course.
You have to take care of them.
Yeah.
So how insane would it be if you allowed your kids to starve, literally, and be homeless, but you took care of people who broke into your home? It's just so illogical. And they say that that's compassion. It's not compassionate. It's actually very cruel to Americans, and, by the way, very cruel to the migrants also.
And I said this on stage when I spoke. I said, look, if we're going to talk about anything, it's got to be after the American people are made whole. The American people have to be made whole first, and the mass deportations continue. This is so key. And meanwhile, by the way, when we look at President Trump's economic plans, talk to us a little bit about, so the CBO, right, was of course emerged as one of these big opponents, if you're going back to the legislation, saying it's going to tank the economy, it's going to destroy everything. You got tariffs on one hand, you got the BBB on the other, it's going to destroy everything. 1 week after the big beautiful bill is signed, and I was at the White House, got to see the B-2s, of course I wasn't going to go down, but then when I heard the B-2s are going to say, I brought the kids, okay, we're going to go see the B-2s. You'll appreciate this, my wife goes, so which ones are the B-2s? Because they're the big ones, baby. They're the big ones. You'll know when you see the big ones. But now all of a sudden they come out and say, we have a surplus.
Oh yeah, oops.
We have a surplus.
It wasn't a $3.4 trillion deficit. It's actually we actually cut it by $400 billion. Can you imagine being off by $3.8 trillion? But here's the headline. Look, this bill.
And no one's talking about that. No one's talking about that.
First of all, we defunded Planned Parenthood.
Amazing.
Think about that for a second. For 1 year, but it's a start, $1 billion we took out of their budget. Number two, child tax credit, $2,200. If it hadn't been for the bill, that would be zero. We preserved the standard deduction. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. This is the first bill that I know of that actually goes to putting American workers whole.
Incredible.
To giving them the opportunity. So the number, by the way, this will blow your mind. The average Ohio family of four will get $7,500 in their pocket as a result of this bill. What we took away was $7,500 subsidies for millionaires to lease electric vehicles. So
I love it.
In Biden land and Democrats, you could get a check for $7,500 from the federal government if you lease an electric Porsche, an electric Rolls Royce. That's a true story. People on social media, that's not true. I'm
ridiculous.
Like, fact check it. $7,500 for somebody to lease a $600,000 Rolls Royce.
No.
This is now $7,500 for working Americans that, due to Democrat policies over the last 4 years, couldn't afford to go out to eat, couldn't afford groceries, couldn't afford rent, couldn't afford a car.
Senator, I know you got to run. Right before you go, I ask you a tough question. Do you think there's an appetite in the Senate, in the Congress in general, for another big bill on, coming through at all? Do you think that President Trump has the capital? Do you think it's possible? Are we going to see that before midterms?
100%. In fact, I call it the second big beautiful bill. I already have it named.
Okay.
We're going to get it done.
Okay.
We're going to get the tariffs in the legislation. So for the next president, we're going to make some of these working class programs last a little bit longer. We're going to do a lot of great things. Look, we got to turn this country around. It's an honor to be there serving along our great vice president, our great president. By the way, a year ago tomorrow, this could have been a whole different deal.
Amen. Senator Bernie Moreno, thank you so much for joining us here.
Thank you. Thanks, Jack.
Daily. All right, folks, so that was our sit-down with Senator Bernie Moreno, and I really do want to point out something that Senator Moreno said there. Look, Ohio is, well, they're not a border state unless you consider their water border with Canada, across the Great Lakes. But he pointed out that even in a state like that, even in a state like Ohio that's so far away from the southern border, illegal immigration is still a massive issue for them. And only 5,000 ICE agents nationwide, smaller than the police force of major cities, smaller than the Capitol Police Force, was all they had for these deportation operations for 20 million, at least 20 million people. It was a joke. It was ridiculous. So right now, ICE has the ability, because what did we do? We just 20x'd the ICE budget. Now we have the ability to go and conduct more and more of these critical deportations. We'll be right back. Jack Posobiec with Erica Donald from AFPI with an update on education. Keep events down. All right, Jack Posobiec, we're very excited to have once again here on the program Erica Donald. Erica, thank you so much for being here in person. I think for the first time you've had you in person.
First time in person.
And that's what's so great about doing events like this, where you can actually get people together and realize that we all share these interests and we're all working on different aspects, but getting towards the same goal.
Yes, and it's great to be in Tampa and at Turning Point with all of these excited, patriotic young people.
Not too far for you, right?
Not at all, but this is actually my hometown. I grew up in Tampa, and we live about a couple hours south.
Okay.
Okay, that's great. That's great. My brother has moved here now. He came down a couple of years ago, just fell in love with it.
It's the great state of Florida. I mean, what's not to love?
I completely agree. I want to, we have you on talking about school choice so much. This Supreme Court case that just came down regarding, which really opts into a sort of educational choice element regarding LGBT studies. Tell us, how big of a victory is this?
Well, the Mahmoud case, the one that you're referring to, now allows parents to opt their children out of objectionable content in the schools. It's shocking that it even had to go to the Supreme Court, but they made the right decision in allowing these parents, for religious purposes, to opt their children out of what was LGBTQ content in reading lessons. It wasn't a separate health lesson, but it was infusing this ideology throughout the core curriculum. Parents wanted to opt out. The school district said too many parents are opting out and it's disrupting the school day. This is what they said.
I didn't realize that was their argument.
And that is why they stopped them from opting out, and parents sued. And these weren't, MAGA parents. These were Muslim parents and Protestant parents. They were religious parents from that community in Maryland. Were saying that they wanted their children to be able to opt out from those lessons. I say this is actually a bigger issue, and it does give rise to what I think will ultimately be a Supreme Court case. If a parent can opt out of individual lessons because it doesn't align with their ideology or their religious beliefs or their values at home, why can't they opt out of the entire system, which we know is completely infused with left-wing ideology and anti-religious bias?
So is there any language in this ruling and in this opinion that would lend itself towards that? This is now precedent.
It is precedent, and the Supreme Court was very careful to be narrow in its ruling.
As they are.
However, it does make sense, and I think we can very easily demonstrate that teachers, when they are off script or through, if you look at what the teachers union does in their trainings, it is absolutely infused with political and left-wing ideology. And I know there are a lot of parents that are concerned that it's not just in the curriculum, but it's actually normalized in public schools, this left-wing bias, the LGBTQ, the gender ideology, and so many parents now are demanding the ability to opt out, but not just to opt out, but be able to take those funds with them and choose the education that they believe is fit for their child.
It goes all the way back down to the teacher schools, because I always tell people, you're worried about the school, the schools, but it comes down to, all right, think about it. When you were in college, who were the people that you knew that were going to teaching school? Like, it was always the leftists. It was always like the far lefties that you knew, the lefties of lefties. Those are the ones that were going up to be teachers. This is an issue, by the way, that I think at some point we're going to have to address on the right, because we need some kind of response to that.
Well, and that's why in the schools that I have started, several classical schools here in Florida and states around the country, we do not hire graduates from teacher colleges. For the most part, we hire math majors, science majors, history majors, English majors, and then we put them through a training program that helps them to teach in a classroom. But I would much rather, even as a parent, have someone who is seeped in content expertise and then teach them how to teach that passion of theirs, if they're passionate about history, rather than someone who's been indoctrinated through a teacher college and really doesn't even know mathematics themselves to teach my children. It hasn't worked in the public schools, obviously. Only a third of our children in America are reading and doing mathematics proficiently.
So sad.
So we need to do something different. We can start there, like you said, with where we're sourcing our teachers. But next up, and thanks to the One Big Beautiful Bill, we're taking a huge step on being able to enact school choice across the country and bring free market competition so that parents are going to have multiple high-quality options to choose
it's funny
from.
you mention about students in this country, because my wife comes from Eastern Europe originally, and she kind of started her degree there, but then she finished it here, and she had a gap, etc. Not to get into all of it, but she had some of the credits didn't transfer over, so she had to take some American math classes at the college level. And she goes into the class because she's got to get the credit, and she goes in, and she comes to me, she says, "Sweetheart, like, this is what you're teaching at a college level?" She said, back home in Eastern Europe, this is what we teach to like freshman high schoolers. This is, not kids, but this is basic stuff.
Right.
And you're teaching it in college. She said, it doesn't make any sense to me.
It has been dumbed down. It's why dual enrollment is so popular, because high-performing high school students, we're actually outsourcing high school math to the community colleges and to the universities, allowing them to dual enroll and get college credit, because the high school mathematics courses are not challenged challenging enough for our brightest students, and they have to move on and do college work. But that college work is, as you said, more like high school level, what our children should be learning in high school, and they're not. Unfortunately, even in grade levels like 10th grade level mathematics, our students are not at a 10th grade level when they graduate high school. When we talk about our test scores, we're usually testing at a 10th grade level, not a 12th grade level, where we say a third of our students are doing math proficiently.
Right, and then so those are going into college. Then if they want to take anything with STEM, you basically got to start at the beginning.
They're totally
so
unprepared.
You're behind anyone who's already coming ahead of that.
Yeah, and that's why we have to completely reform the system. I mean, people say that I want to destroy public education because I promote school choice and I promote the ability to vote with your feet and take the funding with you. And I say I'm not trying to actually destroy public education, but I am trying to destroy the monopoly that the government enjoys in public education, because the monopoly is what is lowering the quality for everyone. It does that in any industry. Why wouldn't it happen in education? And we're not getting the innovation and the quality and the access that we could have in a free market system.
Simple.
So thanks to President Trump, the school choice president, we're going to have a lot more opportunity for that in the future.
Erica Donalds, where can people go to follow you?
At Erica Donalds, Erica with a K, no C, on Twitter, on all social media, and ericadonalds.com if you want to get in touch with me. But definitely follow what we're doing, because there are a lot of great wins, especially in the Trump administration, that are empowering parents to choose the education that's best for their children.
God bless. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Rav Family, from the group who brought you the hit songs 81 Million Votes, My Ass, MAGA Nation, and Trader Joe. This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gruber.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is, by definition, a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Bergquam.
Right up over this hill, we got Armed Cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Terrence Bates in for Steve Gruber. It is Tuesday, July 15th. We have a whole lot to get to today, so let's just dive right in. President Trump currently heading over to Pennsylvania to attend an Energy and Innovation Summit in Pittsburgh. He's scheduled to speak at any moment. Real America's Voice correspondent Michelle Backus standing by on the ground there with the very latest. Michelle, we were expecting the president to speak about 2:30 local time. We're now hearing that that's going to be just a little bit later, but the president arrives when he arrives. He is the president. Everybody waits for him.
Yeah, and if you've been following social media today, you know it was a busy day for the president. It's not like he's dilly-dallying trying to get here. Nonetheless, though, this room, Terrence, has been packed out, I would say, for the past hour. Standing room only. I actually want to step outside so you can take a look here. You see tons of people all along the sides of this building waiting for this to start, the Energy and Innovation Summit here at Carnegie Mellon University. And this is a massive deal, especially for Pennsylvania. Just this morning when we were speaking, Terrence, I think you remember the initial number was $70 billion worth of investment here in Pennsylvania. Senator McCormick coming out just a little bit ago and announcing that number now at $90 billion worth of energy and innovation investments here in the Keystone State, which is massive news, especially for a lot of Pennsylvanians and especially here in Pittsburgh, my hometown.
You know, the issue that's probably going to get all the headlines during today's summit is the AI focus and the technology focus. But the reality is energy, AI, and technology go hand in hand.
Yeah, that's a great point, Terrence. If you think about it, we're in the middle of another industrial revolution. What is that focused on? It's focused on AI. And so often people say either get with it or get out. And that's essentially what's happening here. AI isn't going anywhere. So it's time, especially if you want to be a main economic driver, to adapt to it. I know people hate hearing that, but it is what it is. And when you think about the massive use of AI and how it's infiltrating ultimately every sector of business, you look at the data centers that are needed in order to house all of that AI power. That's ultimately what's going to be happening here in Pennsylvania, as there was even a Senate Bill 939 in which Senate Republicans have introduced new legislation to help fast track the ability of AI development here in the state. That would include those massive data centers that are used to help power all of the AI that is used on a daily basis.
Talk about how this $90 billion investment would ultimately flesh out there in the state of Pennsylvania. How does that look? Any idea?
That's a good question, Terrence. We're about to have more insight into that investment when President Trump hits the stage right behind me. But that's ultimately going to break down into data development, AI generation, bringing companies here, investing in the people. But also you look at the energy as well, the energy component. We're the second largest natural producer of natural gas outside of Texas. I believe we do have the national anthem happening right behind me if you take a look right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage vocal artist from that faithful day in Butler, Katrina Tedder, to sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous us fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in there, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
You just heard the national anthem being performed here at the Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit. We, of course, will have more live coverage from there here in short order. But now I want to quickly bring in John Solomon, our Michelle Backus again. We'll remain on site there and we'll check in with her momentarily. John Solomon here now. John, good to see you, my friend. You also can't get away from me. I talked to you early this morning, and here we are again having a conversation.
I love it.
You and me both.
You want to talk.
You and me both, my friend. I want to talk about the Department of Education and some things happening there, also other things happening on Capitol Hill. But let's start with what we just witnessed there, the Energy and Innovation Summit happening in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Ultimately, for President Trump, this is another opportunity to fulfill a promise that he made during his campaign in terms of making the United States energy independent.
Yeah, and ready for an era of the most intensive energy consumption that America will ever have experienced in its entire 249 years. Artificial intelligence consumes more energy than any other technology that we've ever seen. It is energy hungry to keep those supercomputers rolling. If we're going to stay competitive with China, we not only need to have the computer chips, which he secured recently with the deal to bring the Taiwanese semiconductor factory to Arizona. We're not only going to need the great technology and the great minds, the Elon Musk and Google and others to keep developing the software and the code for this. We're going to need one of the most bountiful supplies of energy that we've ever provided this country to keep our grid rocking with all that extra demand. On the path that Joe Biden and Democratic governors were giving us, we were in danger of the grid falling behind, not having enough energy because we were shutting down nuclear plants, shutting down coal and nuclear and gas plants in the name of clean energy or green energy. Solar and wind didn't fill the gap, and we were starting to slip behind China. Donald Trump has already adjusted those dials very quickly in the first 6 months of his presidency, and today it's about making sure the grid is resilient, the energy supply is there, and that will fuel all that innovation that AI and American technology has the capability to give the world.
Absolutely. John, I suspect that the president is very happy to get out of Washington, D.C. and head up the road to Pennsylvania, given all the focus that has been on the Epstein files and the lack of information that's been released on that. It has been, to some degree, a black eye on the administration. Just overnight, House Republicans reportedly voted against a measure that would have been added onto a cryptocurrency bill that would have forced the release of all that information. What is the talk happening around Washington, D.C. right now? Because there is really a calling, even among MAGA, for more transparency as it relates to this Epstein case.
Oh, specifically for MAGA. And I think that is the disconnect here, that the MAGA world wanted this. President Trump promised it. Pam Bondi overpromised what she was going to deliver early on, and that created an era of distrust. I think this will get worked out just fine. By the way, lots of information has been released, going all the way back to 2023 when the judges in the case started releasing the address book, which kind of gave us a sense of who Jeffrey Epstein was consorting with on a daily basis. I think the big mistake was that everybody thought Pam Bondi had the client list. She didn't. She said it, but she didn't have it. And then that took a second wave when Alan Dershowitz, former Jeffrey Epstein lawyer, said, there was a client list. I know about it. In the last 24 hours, Dershowitz has walked that back. And he's walked it back to where I told everybody a couple weeks ago and even last Friday again. There isn't a ledger that says, I, Jeffrey Epstein, on this date, took $10,000 from this politician so he could have sex with his 14-year-old girl. Just like the mob, Jeffrey Epstein didn't write it down that way. You can deduct from the visitor logs, from the address book, from the flight logs, and from some of the financial transactions who was doing business with his seedy prostitution ring. But it's not one document. It isn't what everybody thought. It's a compilation of documents, and you got to overlay them to get where what a client would look like. By the way, the Wall Street Journal did some really good work on this in 23, and so did Just the News. Mm-hmm. You can go back and look at those stories. So that overpromise and miscommunication created distrust. There are still some things that can be done. Real quickly, Pam Bondi can go to the judge overseeing the case, who oversaw the case in New York, and ask him to unseal the grand jury materials. She can't do it herself. She can make the request. The judge has to release it. And then, two, there is a small, not too extravagant file on Jeffrey Epstein. My sources tell me at the CIA, some interactions they had. He wasn't a knock. He wasn't a controlled asset. But it's worth getting those out. He's dead. Let the public see everything. I think Pam Bondi, President Trump, John Ratcliffe will get everybody on the course to see those in the next couple of weeks without any more drama and without any more under or over promising.
Yeah, unfortunately, I would think to some degree the damage has already been done, though, and it's going to be there will be a challenge, if you will, reversing that. But to your point, Attorney General Bondi could go to a judge in New York and say, "Okay, unseal these documents." It seems to me that even politically, that would be a smart thing to do to kind of get ahead of it and say, "Yeah, we want more information. We're trying to get these documents unsealed. We've made the request. Now it's on the judge." It's sleight of hand, but at least it gets in front of the narrative, no?
Yeah, listen, and beyond the politics of it, which is important in Washington, it's just the right thing to do. President Trump said, be transparent. The Justice Department under Pam Bondi has it. By the way, the FBI has turned over every document that it can find anywhere in its system. So the documents are sitting at DOJ. The mismessaging occurred at DOJ. It's something that can be cleaned up. They need to clean up on aisle 7, and I think that will come. The way to do it is to be overly transparent. Ask the judge. Put everything out in public. Create a log of every document you found and the status of where it is. That would make all of this go away very, very quickly. And I think that's what they're working on behind the scenes. I think people will be satisfied with the outcome probably in a few weeks. But transparency is the perfect answer to what the failures were early on in the Pam Bondi communication on this.
And the chorus of people calling for that sort of transparency that you described seems to be growing louder and louder. I just heard, and I have not been able to confirm this, maybe you can help confirm this, that House Speaker Mike Johnson has even come out recently and said, hey, look, we need to get this information in the public light.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Listen, Tom Fitton over at Judicial Watch has an ongoing lawsuit. It is the perfect vehicle. Let a third-party watchdog that has great credibility in getting the American public truth, let them manage the list. Send the list to them. Let them get the documents out one by one. I think that's a better way. The more Pam Bondi lets someone else take the lead on this going forward, the more credibility gets restored. She made a mistake. It happens in government. It's not the end of the world, but it needs to be fixed. And I think that case, that FOIA case, that Freedom of Information Act request case in a district court here in New York could be a big win. Judicial Watch has a lot of credibility on this. They've been among the critics. I think that becomes one of the vehicles by which that happens. By the way, you could send the same documents at the same time to Congress, let Congress put them out, and everybody would start to feel, okay, I feel like we're getting the truth now.
John, you are such a gentleman and so forgiving. You are much more forgiving about the mistake than I would have been, but that's why you are who you are, my friend. Good to see you. Thanks so much for joining us, John.
Great to be with you, Terrence. Thanks so much.
Always a pleasure. Coming up after the break, the Supreme Court recently handed a major victory to President Trump and the American people, specifically parents, as the justices are allowing the administration to continue to dismantle the Department of Education. We'll take a deeper dive right after this break. everyone. Terrence Bates here. We appreciate you being along for the ride this afternoon. The Supreme Court is giving President Trump the green light to continue efforts to dismantle the Department of Education. The decision came after a U.S. district judge in Boston issued a preliminary injunction reversing nearly 1,400 layoffs at the DOE at the direction of the president. Well, the judge also questioned the commander-in-chief's broader plan to shutter the agency. In a post on Truth Social following the decision from the Supreme Court, President Trump writing that the High Court, quote, has handed a major victory to parents and students across the country. He says the decision will allow his administration to begin the very important process of returning many of the department's functions back to the states. Here with me now to discuss is the Senior Research Fellow at the Heritage Foundation, Jonathan Butcher. Jonathan, good to see you.
Thank you. Great to be with you.
So what do you make of the Supreme Court's ruling? It really seems to give President Trump and his administration lots of wind behind their sails as they continue to move forward with shuttering the Department of Education.
Well, what the decision means is that the president's reduction in force at the U.S. Department of Education actually remains in force, even as the lawsuit is ongoing. Crucially, this will allow the agency to continue to streamline its operations, which means reducing some of the bureaucratic bloat that has plagued the agency and thereby state departments of education for decades. So this is an important step for families and students, as the president said in his tweet.
And it seems to me that it will ultimately give the state and families, more specifically, even more of a say in their children's education because it's closer to home, if you will. They don't have to deal with D.C. They can go right to their state capitals.
Well, that's exactly right. And I think that parents and teachers, hopefully they won't notice that much has changed because they should be able to do their jobs and make decisions for young people without looking for the administrative bureaucracy that normally gets in the way at the district level and at the school level. I think many of the administrative burdens that are put on schools, that they're not seen by parents and teachers. They're seen by principals and school district leaders and school boards and attorneys that work for school boards and at state boards of education. This is a crucial cost-saving measure that the Supreme Court has allowed to continue. And ultimately, it's going to allow states to make policies that are in the best interests of their children, regardless of what sort of federal prerogative may be implemented in terms of studying gender ideology or by pushing the bounds of how we understand civil rights, both of which were things that were done by the prior administrations in the Obama administration as well as in the Biden administration. So the effort here is to allow states to do what is best for the students within their borders.
You mentioned that this is a crucial cost-cutting measure. So let's talk a little bit about money, because there are concerns around some states that they will lose federal funding for their schools based on some of these decisions that are coming down. Can you explain that?
Well, sure. An important detail to note is that the White House has submitted a budget request for next year for the agency. So the administration understands that they will need legislative work. That means Congress is going to have to consider proposals about how to change federal education law in order for the U.S. Department of Education to ultimately close. So this will have to be done between Congress and the administration. So that's the first thing. But on the question of how much the U.S. Department of Education contributes per child, it's remarkably small. It is somewhere between 8.5%, maybe 10% for every per child amount that taxpayers spend on children in the U.S. K-12 schools, 90% or more of the money spent on each child comes from state and local taxpayers. So this is a very small amount. And importantly, for the money that does come from Washington, okay, this money will continue through, say, Title I, which is money for children in low-income areas. That is part that is still in law. And so I think that what state officials need to be ready to do is to for Washington to phase that money out over time, and states will need to assume the cost of paying for the children, again, within their boundaries, with the purpose being that they'll be able to adopt policies without federal Washington looking over their shoulders and applying administrative burdens to how they carry out education law.
But that also means that many of these states will have to be fiscally better stewards of your money, taxpayer money, in order to make that happen. And maybe that's where we're getting some of the gripe from?
Well, I think that means that voters have to pay attention to their local elections. They'll have to be interested in who their local representative is, who their state senator is. And this does mean that state elections will matter, right? These are important. This is an effort at federalism, right? About restoring power to state and to local taxpayers, to local voters, right? As they consider what they want to be the priorities for education in their states. And look, there are state superintendents across the country who are looking forward to a smaller federal footprint in education. And they're looking for the priorities that they can enact. Things like prioritizing reading and looking at how to implement phonics better into schools without having to comply with some sort of federal mandate that would otherwise get in the way.
Jonathan Butcher, we appreciate you cutting up this issue into bite-sized pieces so we can better digest it. Thanks so much, my friend.
Thank you.
All right, we'll talk soon. Coming up after the break, President Trump set to join Pennsylvania Senator Dave McCormick to unveil a multi-billion-dollar AI and energy initiative in the Keystone State. We'll take you there live as President Trump is expected to arrive quite literally at any moment. Stick around. There's a lot happening here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. President Trump and Senator Dave McCormick of Pennsylvania set to unveil a multi-billion-dollar plan to boost American AI and energy investment. We're hearing that it's going to be about $90 billion. All of this set to happen at the inaugural Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit, which is happening right now. You can see a roundtable getting underway. So I'm going to be quiet and let's listen in to the various speakers. right, so as we wait for this roundtable to get underway, just want to fill you in about some of the details here. The plan that's going to be discussed includes new data centers, power infrastructure, also expansion, and thousands of jobs there in Pennsylvania specifically. We're also hearing that about 6,000 construction jobs and 3,000 permanent positions will be created as part of this initiative. Again, President Trump is en route here. He will be taking the podium and speaking at this Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit in short order. We're hearing that more than 60 CEOs and investors from companies like ExxonMobil, Amazon, as well as BlackRock are here in attendance. Many of those leaders are here at this roundtable. They will be speaking here in short order. And of course, I will be quiet the moment they really start speaking and the moment all of this gets underway. Reports also show that Blackstone is committing some $25 billion to this project, so that is major investment. President Trump and Senator McCormick say that they want to make Pennsylvania a national leader in artificial intelligence as well as energy development. Our Michelle Backus also there at the scene. We'll see if we can't pipe her in here momentarily as we wait for these leaders to speak. Michelle, this is really a huge deal for the state of Pennsylvania. And there's a potential for really a rejuvenation, if you will, or a renaissance in Pennsylvania as it relates to energy and artificial intelligence and technology in general.
Terrence, you're exactly right. That's why the anticipation is really building here. I want to step out the shot just so you can see what's going on behind me, because you can see all of everyone has taken their seats. We're anxiously awaiting President Trump, who is set to be here at any moment. You already mentioned it. A lot of investment coming here into the Keystone State. And look, there's been a lot of talk about the fear of AI, but let's be clear. We are in the middle of another industrial revolution. And what's happening here with AI, it's a great opportunity for states, especially states like Pennsylvania, to seize the opportunity and build that economic advancement. You think about it, this is America First economics. You're seeing that money coming back into our country rather than being shipped off overseas to, frankly, countries that hate us. There's so much opportunity here. You can see some of those CEOs on stage as we speak right now.
And to your point, Michelle, yes, this is all about America First, making sure that we're bringing more money, more investment back here to the United States, but it's also putting the United States on a path that makes it more competitive globally.
You're exactly right. Think about it. We are in the AI race with China, and unless we start investing in our own people and our own resources, there will be no way to compete. I see the music quieting down here, so I would assume that the president is set to walk out any moment. And there it is, Terrence. We're just seeing...
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator David McCormick and Mrs. Dina Powell McCormick.
He's got the red, white, blue, blind high on the farm. Semper Fi tattooed on his left arm. Spent a little more in the store for a tag, and the back it says USA. He won't buy nothing that he can't fix. With WD-40 and a Craftsman wrench, he ain't prejudiced. He's just made in America. His wife, and she's that wife that decorates on the 4th of
right, we're going to continue to watch all of this unfold. You can see a number of movers and shakers in the business world as well as in government already on site there. Senator Dave McCormick just making his way to the podium there, or to this round table that will be getting underway. We're now waiting for President Trump to arrive. We're hearing that his arrival will be imminent, and so we, of course, will have his remarks live there. But really a who's who of business leaders at this summit. It is the Energy and Innovation Summit, and one of the major focuses will be artificial intelligence and how Pennsylvania as a state can play a role in creating U.S. energy dominance and U.S. dominance when it comes to energy and artificial intelligence. Again, we're hearing that more than 60 CEOs and investors from companies like ExxonMobil, Amazon, BlackRock are in attendance there. You can see some of them right here on your screen, and even to the left and right of this main table, there are more leaders sitting there ready for this round table once President Trump arrives. The plan in general for today's summit and overall for the state of Pennsylvania is to build some new data centers, also to create power infrastructure expansion within the state, and that means that thousands of jobs ultimately will come to the state of Pennsylvania. 6,000 construction jobs we're hearing, about 3,000 permanent positions, and these of course will be high quality positions because they are pretty specific and innovative positions within the technology sector. And one of the things we heard the governor there, as well as the senators tout, is the fact that Pennsylvania already has a ready workforce to be able to fill some of these positions. Currently, this summit is being held at Carnegie Mellon University there in Pittsburgh. And one of the things that Senator McCormick pointed out, let's listen.
The 45th and 47th President of the United States, President Donald J. Trump.
Well, good afternoon. Mr. President, welcome back to Pittsburgh. We're so glad to have you here. A year ago, almost to the day, I was with you at Butler, and I witnessed your strength and your courage on that day, and Dean and I are beyond grateful. At the town we're proud to call home at such an historic time for our great Commonwealth and for our nation. In your first term, you famously promised you were elected to represent the citizens of Pittsburgh, not Paris. And today you're once again making good on that promise. And what's happening here today is absolutely historic. Your visit and your leadership has catalyzed $90 billion of investment in energy and AI revolution in Pennsylvania. $90 billion. Your presence and those commitments showcase Pennsylvania's story to the world. And today's summit begins to deliver on the promises that you and I made to the working families of Pennsylvania by creating many thousands of new jobs. Mr. President, you and I campaigned on an agenda to make America energy dominant, to secure our nation's AI leadership, to create jobs and opportunity for working families in Pennsylvania and across America. And your policies are working. You're making our country energy dominant once again. You're supporting workers at every level. You've embraced foreign investment and created good-paying jobs right here in the United States of America. And you have been unwavering in your commitment to rebuilding America's industrial capacity and securing long-term AI leadership. Those policies are not only crucial to our economic well-being, to the people here in Pennsylvania, but to our national security. And this agenda has galvanized private capital. It's unleashing a new wave of industrial development and job creation across America and in Pennsylvania. And I just want to say I'm so thankful to you, but also to your incredible team, Secretary Lutnick, Secretary Besant, Secretary Burgum, Secretary Wright, David Sachs. We have had such incredible leadership and support from your team. Before we talk about those commitments here, I'd like to say, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, and it's a real honor to be here. And this is a place that warms my heart. It's we did very well in this state, as you know, 3 times actually, and it's been a tremendous experience. I went to school here. I went to college here, and got to know it very well. And the people are the greatest people on earth, so it's a real honor to be here. And I have to say about David and Dina, they had the toughest race there was. I said, this is going to be a tough one. And every campaign stop that I made, we had lots of people, tens of thousands would be a small crowd. And I'd invite David, and he'd get up and do a fantastic job. And it all worked out, but he won a race that was really not doable. I think his opponent was here for a long time, and his father was there for it's about 50 years at least total. And those people aren't easy to beat, but you beat them. So I just want to congratulate you. That's amazing. And he wouldn't have done it without Dina. That I can tell you. We know Dina. Anybody that knows Dina knows exactly what I'm saying. And, he mentioned Butler, but what nobody really talks too much about because they didn't see the order, but I actually looked down to the right before that thing happened, and I said, oh, there's David McCormick. He's running for the Senate. David, come on up. And there was so many people, there was a little problem he had coming up because I said, look, just do it later. And then about a minute later, so, if you would have come up, I don't know what the hell would have happened, right? It worked out better this way, right?
Exactly.
I don't know if he would have been around, but other than that, I want to take full credit for that. I said, no, don't bother, we'll do it later. So if I didn't say that, who knows? But really great job. Exactly 1 year ago this week, David was at that rally in Pennsylvania. And 12 months later, look at what we have. We have a president. We have really, if you think about it, we had a country, and I just left the NATO leaders. I left the Middle East, the King of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, as you know, Emir, so great, and UAE. These are 3 great leaders. And then we just made a deal with NATO where they pay for everything, and we give them the ammunition and the missiles, and we give them whatever they want. We got to get that war stopped. It's so bad. But every leader said, no matter where, they all said the same thing to me, some of them separately, but it's the same words, just about. He said, it's amazing. 1 year ago, you had a dead country. We were dead. We didn't think you could ever come back. And now today, you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's true. It's true. So we're back in Pittsburgh to announce the largest package of investments in the history of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and it's not even close. I don't imagine it's too close. I don't think second is too close. That's a big statement. This afternoon, 20 leading technology and energy companies are announcing more than $92 billion of investments in Pennsylvania. And if you want, we could probably get them up. Let's talk to them right now. But this is a really triumphant day for the people of the Commonwealth and for the United States of America. We're doing things that nobody ever thought possible. As of about a month and a half ago, when we came back from the Middle East, we came back with $5.1 trillion of investments from the 3 countries that I mentioned, and they're great people, great leaders of those countries. But we came back with many, many planes, that they are going to build through Boeing. They came back with a package of goods that were, nobody's seen. I don't think anybody's seen. $5.1 trillion. And we are now at about 16, think of this, $16 trillion. And we're at a little bit less than 6 months, but really we're probably at 3 months because it took me a little time to get started, right? So in 3.5, 4 months, let's say, we have about $16 trillion. There's never been anything like that in history. You can go for years and they didn't have numbers like that. And if you look at the last administration, you had negative numbers. You didn't have positive numbers. You're going in the wrong direction. But we have the hottest country, and we're going to keep it that way. Today's commitments are ensuring that the future is going to be designed, built, and made right here in Pennsylvania and right here in Pittsburgh, and I have to say right here in the United States of America. I want to thank, we have some great talent in the administration. I want to thank and say hello to a few people that are with us. Secretaries Scott Bessent, Howard Lutnick, Doug Burgum, Chris Wright. Chris Wright's very friendly with the people up here. Doug, I wanted Doug for energy. I didn't know about Chris. And Doug said, no, I have somebody that's much better than me, right? And Doug never said that in his life. You have to know. I said, this guy must be very good, but what a team they are. We have one controls the land and one controls the energy, but it was sort of intertwined. So we put them together, right? We never even discussed who's supposed to be the leader of the pack, but boy, it was one instruction: drill, baby, drill, right? And they are drilling. They are drilling. We have the EPA administrator, probably, I must say this, Doug, I hate to say it, Chris and Doug and all of you guys, the most important man on the dais today is Lee Zeldin. It's called environmental protection because he's going to be the one that gets you a permit. He's going to get you a permit for the largest electric producing plant in the world in about a week, would you say? Now, if you go nuclear, I promised him I'd give him 2 weeks. Okay, nuclear will give him a little more time. But the biggest problem we've had is it takes years and years to get permits, and he really is. He's a phenomenal guy, and his history. He's a great lawyer, great congressman, in a race that was, according to most, unwinnable. Almost won for governor, just missed it by a few points, and he's really fantastic. But he's essentially the Environmental Protection Agency, the top man, and he's got things rocking, and already they're building plants and they have their permits. These are permits that would have taken you literally 10 years to get, or I would really say 10 years before they voted against you, because that's really what was happening, and it's crazy all over the country, but we're freeing it up. And he really is going to be able to produce. And I'm looking at the numbers of China, where they're producing a lot of electric. Well, they only have one man they have to worry about. Our friend, right, President Xi, he can do that by himself. I don't know if I can. Do I have the right to overrule you? Maybe. I don't know. Probably I do, but I won't have to. But so he has one man, and we have one man. The one man is sitting right there. We appreciate you doing an amazing job. They're building plants already, and they're building plants, and they have already their permits. And I have to brag just for a second, because when I first heard about AI, it's not my thing, although my uncle was at MIT, one of the great professors, 51 years, whatever. He was the longest serving professor in the history of MIT, 3 degrees in nuclear, chemical, and math. That's a smart man. Kaczynski was one of his students. Do you know who Kaczynski was? There's very little difference between a madman and a genius. But Kaczynski, I said, what kind of a student was he, Uncle John, Dr. John Trump? He said, what kind of a student? And he said, seriously good. He said he'd go around correcting everybody, but it didn't work out too well for him. Didn't work out too well, but it's interesting in life. But I will say this, that we have the greatest brains, we have the greatest power, and we are going to have more electric. I said to some of the guys coming in, they wanted to hook up to the grid. I spoke to Mark and Jeff and a lot of people. And they said, well, we want to know about the electric, because I was told we'll need from David, the first one, you're the first one that told me. That's why I hired him, because I said he told me something I didn't know. He said, you need double the electric of what we have right now and maybe even more than that. Remember that? And I said, what, are you kidding? And that's double the electric that we have. Take everything we have and double it. And actually, the number, that was even low. You need more than that. And to do that, you'd have to hook up to an old grid, in many cases broken, and certainly very much open to destruction from bombs and planes and from, frankly, storms. You see what happened, that horrible situation in Texas. And you'd be subject to that. And it's fragile, but it is old, and it can't have the capacity unless you totally rebuild it. That would take decades. And I said, well, why don't we do this? Why don't we, when you build your plant, wherever you may build it, you build your own electric plant? And nobody took it seriously. They sort of looked like, I can't really take that seriously, because they didn't believe it was happening. So the smartest people, some of them on stage right now, were saying, huh. And then they'd say, well, how do we hook up to the grid? We want to hook up to... They didn't believe what I was saying. And I said, no, I'm really serious. I'm going to let you build, right, Lee? I'm going to let you build with your plant. You're going to build, we'll make you like a public utility. You're going to build your own Con Edison in New York. You're going to build your own electric factory, and you're going to make your own electricity. So this way you can have a great plant. And what you'll do is if you have excess, you can sell it back into the grid. You'll even make money from the electric business, because these guys do know how to make money. They'll end up doing things that will be shocking. And you're going to make your own plant. So when I looked at the numbers before, I saw a board outside, and it showed how much electricity China's making. Well, we just started, but we're going to actually end up doing more than them, and it's going to be done privately, and you're going to own your own electric plants, and they'll be powered by maybe nuclear, maybe gas, maybe coal. You know, we brought coal back in. They won't be powered by wind because it doesn't work. I hate to say, it just doesn't work. It's rather intermittent. You don't want it. It causes a lot of problems. But we have every form of fuel that you want to use for your plant, and you'll build a plant, you'll build your electric, and this way you have no excuses, because I didn't want to be the one that said, listen, we're trying to build that grid in 10 years from now, and you wouldn't be able to open. You're going to build it with your own plants. And so people heard that. They couldn't believe it, and finally now they believe it, because we have a couple that are already started, and they're building their electric plants along with their separate plant. And in fact, some of them are building the electric plant inside of their main building. So it's really exciting to see. But I was very proud of that, actually. White House AI czar David Sachs. David, thank you very much. Great job. David interviewed me on his podcast about, what's that now, 2 years ago or something in San Francisco, and I said, this guy's very smart. If I pull this sucker off, I'm going to probably hire him in some form. I got to get him in. But you've been doing great. Thank you, David, very much. Director of the Office of Science and Technology Policy, Michael Kratsios. Michael, thank you. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael. Good job. They tell me you're doing great. Thank you very much. As well as State Senate President Pro Tem Kim Ward. Kim, thank you. Kim, good job. Kim's very happy right now. State Senate Majority Leader Joe Pittman. Joe, thank you. And State Senator Greg Rothman. Thank you very much, Greg. Thank you. I also want to recognize your great congressmen. These are friends. These are warriors. They just passed the great, big, beautiful. See, I had the word great. I like to say, because the was really supposed to be great, big, beautiful. They call it the big, beautiful. But I had great. They took the word great out. I was on a show called Deface the Nation or something like that. Ladies and gentlemen, Deface the Nation. And I said, I want a great, big, beautiful bill. And they named it that. And it really is. It was supposed to be 7 bills. Could have been 2 or 3, but it was supposed to be originally 7. I said, let's put them all together. And if you put them all together, there's going to be something for everybody. And that's what happened. And we got it passed. And Republicans did it. We didn't get one Democrat vote. Think of it. The biggest tax cut in history, and we didn't get a Democrat vote. And so many other things. No tax on tips. No tax on Social Security. No tax on overtime. But the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, you got that, also the biggest deduction. You know, you have a 10-year period. Last time we had a 1-year period. Now you have a 10-year period. And that's what made the first one. We had the most successful economy in the history of our country during my first term. And we passed a bill. But that bill, honestly, as good as it was nothing compared to this one. And the biggest thing and the biggest reason for the success was the deduction. And you're allowed to do it. And this time we're including structure. So you're able to deduct those big structures that you're building. So nobody thought that was even possible. But I want to introduce the people that did it. Dan Muser is here. Where's Dan? Dan, you
stayed in Washington.
Oh, they're in Washington working on our next bill. Good. They shouldn't be here. Now I don't have to mention their names, you know. Although they're watching on television, I guarantee you. Oh, that's right. They're working on our next one, which is coming for a vote, I think, on Friday. Wow, I'm impressed. But JT, GT, Thompson, Lloyd Schmucker, John Joyce, Mike Kelly, Scott Perry, Rob Bresnahan, all terrific people, and Guy Reschenthaler. These are great people. They're warriors. They fought with us. They voted with us. We only had 2 negative votes. I didn't invite those 2 guys to anything. We had a guy named Rand Paul Jr. He's known as Rand Paul Jr. in the House. He always votes no. And we had somebody else. I did him a big favor, and I said, well, he's not going to, sir, I don't think so-and-so is going to vote. I won't mention his name. And I said, no, he's going to vote because I did him a very big favor, very personal favor, as big as you can get, having to do with death and life. But having to do, no, he's going to vote. Don't worry about it. Okay, sir, if you tell me, but I don't think we're going to get his vote. Don't worry about it, I said. I know what I'm talking about. Don't worry about it. And sure as hell, he voted against us. And I said another one down, another great move by Trump. Anyway, so much for favors. You know, it's welcome to the world of politics, right? Right, David? We know about that. But we're here today because we believe that America's destiny is to dominate every industry and be the first in every technology. And that includes being the world's #1 superpower in artificial intelligence. And we are way ahead of China, I have to say. We're way ahead of China, and the plants are starting up, the construction's starting up. And did you notice that 2 days ago they just announced that they had a budget surplus of $25 billion in this country? Right, Howard? They never saw anything like that. Everyone say, where did that? That's been like decades, $25 billion, and that's peanuts compared to what it's. And it's good business practices. The tariffs are coming in by the hundreds of billions of dollars, and they're really at the infant stage right now. It's only on cars and steel, mostly. And the rest is starting to kick in. We just made a deal today, a big one with Indonesia, a great deal. And they've opened up Indonesia fully. You know, Indonesia really has great copper, very powerful copper, but they have a lot of things. And we have full access to Indonesia. We'll soon be announcing probably, if we do, we do. If we don't, that's okay too. I don't mind, because I'm very happy with the letters that we send out that you'll be paying X%. I almost like it better if you want to know the truth. But Scott and Howard, you know, they like to go the old-fashioned way. Let's work hard to make a deal. I don't know. There's something about pay us 35% of everything, and we're very happy. But I think India is going to open up, and a lot of countries are going to open up. And some that don't, they'll just be paying a very substantial tariff, but peanuts compared to what they should be paying. So we have some amazing things. China and other countries are racing to catch up to America, having to do with AI, and we're not going to let them do it. We have the great chips, we have the great everything, and we're going to be fighting them in a very friendly fashion. I have a great relationship with President Xi, and we smile at the back and forth, but we are leading. I heard somebody say before that we're going to try and catch China. We're not catching them, we're leading. And one of the advantages they have is they show the electric that they have it. They're opening up coal-fired plants all over the place, and we're entitled and allowed now to do that too. We took coal, it was taken out of the chain, and coal is actually a very powerful. I say you're not allowed to call it coal. You have to call it clean, beautiful coal. You're not allowed, John, to call it just coal, because people don't understand. We call it clean, beautiful coal. But China is, I think they're going to be very far behind. Mark my words, I think they're going to be very far, because we have a lot of places going up right now, and they're all going to be great. And they actually feed off each other.
but remaining the world's leader in AI will require an enormous increase in the energy production, and that's taking place, and you're doing it yourself, and a massive build out of physical infrastructure and the tremendous technology skill that Pennsylvania has. I mean, you have tremendous skill in this state. Today, the Commonwealth is reclaiming its industrial heritage and taking its place at the forefront of the AI technological revolution. And as I said before, it's an expression I used all during the campaign and screamed it out, "We'll drill, baby, drill." And people went crazy. We had big crowds, as you probably heard, biggest ever, biggest in history. The investments being announced this afternoon include more than $56 billion in new energy infrastructure and more than $36 billion in new data center projects. And a lot more than that are going to be announced in the coming weeks, not even months. I think we could say weeks, right, Howard? In the campaign, I promised that I would save the Homer City power plant 50 miles east of here that Joe Biden's Green New Scam forced to shut down. It's a Green New Scam, greatest scam in history, the greatest in history. Well, the auto pen, I think, is a bigger scam, if you want to know the truth. Actually, I do believe that. Today, we're pleased to report that a $15 billion investment from Knighthead Capital Management. Who's here from Knighthead? Well, I'm very impressed with that. $15 billion. That's pretty good. It's a great location, too. Wow. That's very impressive. Thank you very much. That's a big number, huh? It's a big number, and yet it's peanuts relative to what it would go. That's a good job. But the Homer City site is being resurrected as the largest natural gas-fired power plant ever to be built in North America. Is that right, huh? That's fantastic. As another example, Google will be investing billions and billions of dollars to revitalize two major hydropower facilities in Pennsylvania. Congratulations. Say hello to Sergey and Sundar. They've done a pretty good job at Google, I'll tell you. And they have their star right here, so congratulations. That's really fantastic. And under the last year of Biden, China added 11 times as much power generation capacity as did the United States. That's under Biden. That's not under Trump. That's under Sleepy Joe. Under the Trump administration, America's getting back in the game, and we're going to actually be doing more than they do, as I said. And on day one, I ended the Green New Scam. I also ended Joe Biden's war on clean, beautiful Pennsylvania coal. Totally ended. Coal has equal, if not greater, status. It's a very powerful. It's a very powerful thing, coal. China, it's sort of interesting. China makes windmills, but how many wind farms do you see in China? I haven't seen any lately. It's sort of crazy. They build the windmills, sell them into our country, sell them all over the world, and they ruin their fields and ruin their valleys. And then you look at China. Where's your wind farm? Well, we have one. We're thinking about one. No, it's the whole thing is crazy. But they use coal, and they're building right now about 52 power plants, all of coal. I signed historic executive orders, which is very hot. We've issued an order, as you probably know, 1 month ago, making it very easy and very safe to build nuclear power. And Westinghouse, I know, is represented here, and they're become a whole brand new Westinghouse. Congratulations. It's a great thing you're doing. They were hurt by some very incompetent people. I watched what was going on there, and in the form of regulators, they were really doing a number. Our regulators are the opposite. We'll be very safe, but we're fast and safe, and you're going to get a whole different group of people. But it's announcing plans to build 10 state-of-the-art nuclear reactors in the United States. That's great. Congratulations to Westinghouse. And to further accelerate investment in the industries of tomorrow, 2 weeks ago, we enacted the largest tax cuts in American history. When I signed that one big, beautiful bill into law, we're adding to it a little bit, and we're refining it a little bit, all to the positive. And that's why the congressmen, I'll pretend I'm really angry at them, but I would actually be angry at them if they showed up, Lee, right? I'd be much more, if they're here, I would not be happy. The bill allows 100% expensing on all new equipment, something that's never happened before. Factories, research, and as I said before, even structure. To further protect Pennsylvania industry, 2 months ago, I came here to announce my approval of a historic investment deal with Nippon Steel of Japan, to keep U.S. Steel right here in Pittsburgh. And we have a great woman here, Selena Zito. She's the writer. She writes on the Rust Belt and the Midwest, really, but the Rust Belt, anything having to do with Rust and Belt. Where is Selena? Is she around there someplace? Because I'm doing an interview with her in a little while. And I said, do me a favor, let me do the interview after this. This way we can be right on time. Where is Selena?
There she is up there.
Oh, she's great. You can't be angry at me now, Selena, because I'll be with you. I said, Selena, can we make it after? Otherwise, we're going to keep a lot of money waiting. These people have big money. When I saw the people here, I said, Selena, I'm sorry. I have to delay this. And also, Miss McAdams. Where's Miss McAdams? We're going to do one with her, too. And she's great, with Fox. And she's been fantastic. Stand up. Stand up. Young and smart and vibrant. She's been you've done a great job. So I'll see you in a couple of minutes, Sarah. That's great. We can't keep this kind of money waiting. These are truly the biggest investors in the world, including my friend John on my left. But these are the biggest investors in the world. I'm sorry, McAdams, and I'm sorry, Selena. That's the way it works. It's very impressive. But Nippon Steel, and we got it, and we have all sorts of protections because of the fact that U.S. Steel was, you people, years ago, 80 years ago, was the biggest company in the world, most powerful company in the world, and we were very strong. And Nippon's coming in; they're going to be investing $17 billion. They're going to build new plants all over the country using U.S. Steel, and we have the absolute control because we don't want to lose control of that one name. That one name is very important for the to the history of this country, and I think Nippon's going to do a fantastic job. And, in some cases, they could take it back to their country. I said to people, because a lot of people said, well, what do you think? Japanese companies coming in. I said, well, when they spend $1 billion in a steel plant, they're not going to put it on a boat and take it away. It's going to be right here with us no matter what. But they are going to do a fantastic job, and they look forward to it, and they're so excited about it. They actually fought very, very hard to get that deal. And I think when you look at the countless jobs at the Mon Valley Works in western Pennsylvania, we have something that's going to be really incredible. And we did keep a golden share. You know who has the golden share? I do. I have the golden. Does everybody know what a golden share? A lot of these people from the Middle East, they don't have to worry about golden shares. But we have a golden share, but Nippon's going to do a fantastic job. With that historic announcement and the new commitments being made today, we're building a future where American workers will forge the steel, produce the energy, build the factories, and really run a country like I believe like this country has never been run before. I think we have a true golden age for America. We've been showing it, and it truly is the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I'm honored to be in Pennsylvania, and I'm honored to be in Pittsburgh, and you're going to see some real action here, so get ready. Lots of jobs, lots of success. Really a beautiful thing it's going to be beautiful to behold. So enjoy yourselves, and I look forward to hearing some of your geniuses speak. If that's okay, I'll stay around, all right?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much. Again, thank you for being here. And you coming has allowed us to have this incredible summit. It won't surprise you, this summit was Dina's idea. But what it's allowed us to do is catalyze the investment. It's allowed us to get a lot of attention on Pennsylvania's story. And it's allowed us to deliver on the promises you and I talked about, which is jobs for working families, really create opportunity here in Pennsylvania. So it's the manifestation of your agenda. And we're going to talk today about those $90 billion of investment. You'll hear from Blackstone and QTS, CoreWeave, and others. They pledged $36 billion to build data centers. You also hear from companies that invested tens of billions in generating the power needed to run those data centers. We have great investments in natural gas production and pipelines, but also in nuclear. Brookfield's repowering of 2 hydro facilities with Google that you mentioned. The great Pittsburgh company Westinghouse will tell you how they're going to deliver on your call to strengthen America's nuclear power industrial base by placing 10 reactors under construction by 2030. And Constellation, which is here, Joe Dominguez, is upgrading Limerick Clean Energy Center to bring an additional 340 megawatts online. First Energy and Pennsylvania's PPL have collectively collectively pledged $20 billion to build and operate the grid infrastructure required to support a data center renaissance right here in Pennsylvania, and to ensure that ratepayers don't foot the bill. And finally, you got technology companies like Google that are investing in bringing the benefits of AI to Main Street, and their AI Works for Pennsylvania initiative, which will offer AI training for 1 million small businesses. The great thing about today is these are not empty promises. These are tangible, real commitments, and they're only the beginning. The distinguished leaders you have around the table here, from Larry Fink to Darren Woods, from Toby Rice to Bruce Flatt, to great global investors like my good friends Chow Kit from Singapore, Haldun Al-Mubarak from the United Arab Emirates. They've traveled long distances to witness firsthand this historic moment and to see firsthand what's happening in Pennsylvania. And these investments are a testament to Pennsylvania's unique resources. Unbelievable natural gas reserves, abundant fresh water, a massive installed base of nuclear power, incredible tech universities like CMU, our host today, thank you, Farnham, amazing skilled trade engineers represented by Pennsylvania's own Rob Baer and Brandon Bishop here of the National Building Trades. But none of this would have happened. None of this would have happened without your unwavering commitment to unleashing American energy dominance and standing up for workers in Pennsylvania and across the nation. They're going to see those workers tangible job opportunities here today. These projects will create tens of thousands of construction jobs and thousands of well-paying direct and indirect jobs supporting these projects, supporting these industries. It's going to make a big difference in Pennsylvania communities. So, Mr. President, this is the beginning of an economic renaissance for Pennsylvania and a huge step forward. And I want to thank you for making it possible and for being here in the Steel City. So let me give you one more hand. Thank you. Thank you, Thank you. So with that, if it's all right with you, Mr. President, I'm going to call on a handful of the people here and let them tell you a little bit about what they're thinking and why they're investing. I'll start with, to your left, John Gray, President and COO of Blackstone. $25 billion in data center and energy infrastructure in Northeast PA.
Thank you, Dave. I want to start by thanking President Trump for recognizing the importance of American leadership in AI innovation and for prioritizing the physical investment required in digital and energy infrastructure to make this AI revolution possible. We believe this new technology can lead to a manufacturing renaissance in the United States. Generating electrons will spur economic activity and employment growth right here in Pennsylvania. That also leads me to thank Senator McCormick for hosting this terrific summit with Dina's help, of course. So many important participants from around the globe have come here, including political leaders in Pennsylvania from both sides of the aisle, who all care about making this state and the U.S. successful in this vital area. By the way, I love this state too. I went to college like you here as well. I met my wife here, and it is a great place. I will say that at Blackstone, we have enormous investments here, and we're very excited to announce that we're going to make a further $25 billion investment into Pennsylvania's digital and energy infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. President. Great. The investment should catalyze over the next 10-plus year a further $60 billion on top of that into the state. Pennsylvania, as you've heard, is uniquely situated as a strategic hub to power the nation's AI objectives. Abundant, low-cost energy, 20% of the country's natural gas production. And by co-locating data centers next to the natural gas, we eliminate the enormous cost and time delays with these projects, which makes us super bullish on this state. America's AI future obviously requires rapid acceleration of data center construction. Our company, QTS, is the largest independent data center developer and operator in the world. QTS has secured multiple land sites throughout the northeast of Pennsylvania. We're very excited about that. The co-CEO tag is over there. We're also excited to announce today a JV with Pennsylvania utility PPL to invest in new natural gas generation facilities. These will ensure grid reliability and power Pennsylvania's digital infrastructure as well as homes and businesses across the Commonwealth. Net here, this continues our long-term partnership at Blackstone with Pennsylvania. We believe 6,000 plus jobs will be created or supported annually over the 10-year construction timeline. Over 3,000 permanent jobs will be created or supported by QTS and its customers. We have long-standing relationships with labor. We plan to continue those here in Pennsylvania, and we intend to commence construction on these projects by year-end 2028. Thank you for having us today, Senator McCormick. Thank you, President Trump, for your leadership. We are honored and excited to be investing in the future of Pennsylvania and the United States.
All right. Thank you, John. That's great. And I'm going to keep us moving because there's so many people here I want to call on. Brian Tierney, CEO of First Energy, a $9.3 billion investment across PA to expand power distribution and strengthen grid infrastructure. Brian.
Thank you, Senator McCormick, and thank you, President Trump, for your leadership, particularly on energy security and what it means to our economy.
Thank you.
At First Energy Pennsylvania, we have 6,000 contractors and employees who are thrilled to serve 2 million customers in the state. We are planning $15 billion of investment between now and the end of your term in the distribution grid and the transmission grid to enable things like artificial intelligence development, shale gas development, and any other form of economic and technological development that there is. We have partnered with the unions, the IBEW and the UWUA. We have a journeyman lineman hiring program, and we have an apprenticeship program that will create not just jobs, but long-term good-paying careers for the people of the Commonwealth. We're thrilled to be making this investment in the grid and infrastructure in the Commonwealth and look forward to working with those around the table to make it happen in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Brian. All right. Dan Summer, you know, a Pittsburgh iconic name, Westinghouse, $6 billion. This ties directly to the executive order and your commitment to nuclear power. $6 billion investment to deliver 10 new large nuclear reactors by 2030, consistent with your executive order. And we're so excited about it here. Dan, take it away.
Senator McCormick, thank you. President Trump, you've led on nuclear energy in this country, and you've reinvigorated our industry with the vision that you've set forth in your executive orders. Our industry is reinvigorated. We're ready to mobilize. Westinghouse today is the world's leader in nuclear technology. Over 50% of the reactors that operate in the world use Westinghouse technology, and today we as a company service over 60% of the world's operating nuclear fleet right here from our headquarters in the Pittsburgh region, actually Butler County, as well as sites around the country and around the world. What we're happy to share today is we've taken the call to action under your executive order to partner with companies across our industry to mobilize a plan to deliver 10 AP1000 reactors in the U.S. with construction to begin by 2030. This is not only critical to achieve your goals with respect to energy dominance and winning the AI race, but it's a driver of massive economic benefit across our country. When we deploy a fleet aligned to your vision, we'll drive $75 billion of economic value across the United States with $6 billion of value here in Pennsylvania. It's also a jobs machine. Implementing your vision will create or sustain over 55,000 jobs across the country and over 15,000 jobs here in the Commonwealth alone. And these are great jobs across manufacturing, engineering, and construction. And beyond that, we're happy to announce today a strategic collaboration with Google to leverage Google's expertise in AI and AI solutions along with Westinghouse's AI technology and 75 years of OEM nuclear engineering and construction data to build an AI machine that helps us rethink how to do nuclear construction in this country. and honor your commitment and your expectations for us to, when we deliver nuclear, we'll do it on budget and on cost. Mr. President, thank you for your leadership. Thank you for your vision. Westinghouse and our industry are ready to deliver. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. You almost gave the introduction for my good friend Ruth Porat. Ruth, thank you for being here. And Google is doing a number of things, partnering with Brookfield, which Bruce Flatt is here. Great partnership. We're lucky to have them both engaged in Pennsylvania. Bruce is also the majority owner of Westinghouse. Brookfield's the majority owner of Westinghouse, and also an incredible effort to train 1 million small businesses in AI. So, Ruth, please tell us what you're doing in Pennsylvania, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much for your leadership, for your clear and urgent direction that our nation invest in AI, in the infrastructure, technology, and energy needed to unlock the extraordinary capabilities and really enable America to continue to lead. And Senator McCormick and Dina, thank you for this extraordinary convening. It really has delivered the energy, no pun intended, that we were striving to achieve here. On behalf of Google, I'm very pleased to be here in Pittsburgh to announce that Google is investing more than $25 billion in data centers and AI infrastructure across the states in this critical PJM region over the next 2 years. And to support the investment, we're investing in 3 additional ways and focused on them. First, Mr. President, to support your mandate for energy abundance, we're investing in hydro, as you referenced. It is a $3 billion 20-year agreement with Brookfield Energy to modernize 2 hydropower facilities in Lancaster County. Second, we've already heard about the importance of the grid. The Department of Energy has estimated that there is up to 100 gigawatts of additional capacity in America's grid infrastructure if we collectively work to unlock it. So at Google, 2 things. We're applying advanced technology to ensure that we're most efficiently using power from the grid, and we're also working on ways that AI can help to identify and deploy capacity more efficiently. I think what's really exciting also is we're focused on jobs. There are 2 parts of the focus on jobs. One is really training to support the jobs to modernize the grid. There is an acute need for electrical workers in this country. It's estimated in the 100,000 plus. Last month, Google made a grant to the Electrical Training Alliance to equip more than 100,000 electrical workers with the skills that they need and train 30,000 new apprentices by 2030. Today, we are expanding that grant to increase the projected pipeline of new electricians in Pennsylvania by 64%. Third, we think it is critical, as Senator McCormick said, to build a fair America, an America where everyone has the opportunity for jobs of the future. And to ensure that we can do that today, starting in Pennsylvania, we're really proud to announce AI Works for America. And through partnerships with leading employers, universities, skilled trades, and manufacturers, we're going to help train American workers and students by teaching them essential AI skills. And as part of this, I'm very proud that Google will be offering free AI training to every small business in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. One final comment. We are proud that Pittsburgh is our home. It's been our home since 2006. Our first office was actually right here at Carnegie Mellon, and continuing the trend of this line right here, I also went to school in Pennsylvania, and we're very proud of it. So thank you again. Thank you for being here, and thank you for all your catalyzing.
Thank you. Thanks, Ruth. That's what we like to hear. I want to call on just briefly Mike Intrator. Mike, I want to take note of this for all you CEOs. Mike is the CEO of CoreWeave, which made a big announcement today, $6 billion investment in Pennsylvania, and his stock went way up. So all you CEOs, just take notice. Investing in Pennsylvania is good for your stock price. Mike, please tell us about this project. It's very exciting.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Senator McCormick. And yes, you're correct. The market responded well to our announcement of investing $6 billion into a Lancaster, Pennsylvania data center. It's a data center that will be able to host some of the most advanced, state-of-the-art computing infrastructure that the country needs in order to maintain its position as the leader in artificial intelligence. The data center will drive 600 jobs for across the trades as we construct the site, and then another 175 jobs of permanent employment. We're extremely excited about the role that this data center is going to play in our plans to be able to support not just the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but the broader Mid-Atlantic region for us. And your support has been incredible across the energy space that's required to deliver clean, reliable power, as well as your support for artificial intelligence at large. Thank you very much. We appreciate your support.
Thank you, Mike. Mr. President, what you hear over and over again are these incredible job creation, but we need workers to be able to fulfill these jobs. And I see my friend Barry in the audience, and we've talked a lot about the need for construction workers. There he is. There's Barry. We have Brandon Bishop with us today from the National Building Trades. And, I was with a bunch of guys from the building trades a couple weeks ago, and they were saying, we don't want to do the apprenticeship program until we're sure about the work. And I said, double, triple, quadruple the programs, right? We got to have skilled workers who can meet the needs. We got a tsunami of opportunity coming for Pennsylvania. And so maybe you could take a minute, Brandon, on that. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Senator McCormick. Mr. President, it's an honor to be here today representing North America's building trades unions and our 3 million members, especially the thousands of highly skilled workers across Pennsylvania who are ready to deliver on all of the historic investments being announced here today. All the projects discussed here today aren't just about energy and innovation, they're about job creation. And all of us in the building trades stand ready to deliver. If you want the highest quality, most productive, long-term labor certainty, partner with us from day one. Don't just build with us, stay with us and maintain it for decades. And when you partner with the building trades, you get results. Productivity is 14% higher, projects cost 4% less on average, they're 40% less likely to face labor shortages, and labor turnover is cut by 2/3. We are the solution to the workforce challenge. Our members are sourced and trained through the largest private workforce development system in the country. Over 16,000 world-class training centers, including many right here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. These centers train hundreds of thousands of men and women through our gold standard registered apprenticeship programs. No taxpayer dollars required. And they don't just lead to jobs. They launch lifelong middle-class careers with family-sustaining wages, health care, and retirement. So if you're investing in Pennsylvania, let's talk, let's plan, let's partner. Because there is no workforce more prepared to build the future and no investment more certain than when you build with us. That's what we do. We build, we maintain, and deliver, all while doing it the best way, safely, on time, on budget, and with the highest quality.
Thank you. Thanks, Brandon. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, so I asked the president, he said I could take the opportunity. We got the A-team here in terms of the cabinet the president put together. So I'd like to do a lightning round and just call on a couple of cabinet members to comment on what's going on in terms of the incredible action and activity at the intersection of the AI revolution, the energy revolution. We got a great team here that's working together. So let me just work my way around the table. Mr. Treasury Secretary Scott Besson, and then I'll turn to you, Howard, and then you, Chris, and then you, Doug. And Director Zeldin, I'm sorry I didn't mention you before, but I'm so glad you're here. You're doing great things for our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership. The President's laid the foundation for a golden age economy, and it comes just in time to begin America's 250th anniversary celebration. 3 industries will define the future: manufacturing, energy, and technology. Not coincidentally, Pennsylvania is at the forefront of all 3. For more than 2 centuries, The Commonwealth has been the keystone at the top of the American arch, and politically, economically, and technology has played an indispensable role and will continue to do so under President Trump and Senator McCormick's leadership. The Rust Belt is no more. It's a thing of the past. The factories that industrialized America, won World War II, and built our modern infrastructure are firing up again, and new factories are coming online. Taking place along the blue-collar boom is the CapEx boom that we heard about today, and this is just the beginning. This is the third time I've had the privilege of being in the Iron City in less than a year. I was here President Trump's final day on the campaign trail at the auditorium at the Duquesne Arena, and I saw the steel workers there to support him. I was back 3 weeks ago when he announced the Nippon Steel deal at the U.S. Steel plant, and it's an honor to be here with all of you today and see this CapEx boom along with a workers boom.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. All right, my good buddy, Secretary Ludnick.
Advanced manufacturing, technology lead. Our technology is the best in the world. President Trump is out to unleash that technology to make sure we win the AI race. But he knows that we need energy to drive it. And that's why he campaigned on drill, baby, drill, because we need energy. We need it across the nation, and we need it in Pennsylvania, which has got amazing natural gas resources, incredible. And then we've got to turn that into advanced manufacturing. So those three buckets are where we're going, and President Trump is leading the charge on that. And we're very excited. $16 trillion in investment dollars coming into America. So your workers, man, are they going to be busy?
Secretary Wright, let me turn to you, and then Secretary Burgum.
Yes, thank you, Senator McCormick, and thank you, President Trump. We are all here, and we're talking about $90 billion investment in this state because of a dramatic pivot in the leadership of our country. President Trump, an East Coast real estate developer, understands in his gut energy more than anyone I've met. He knows energy is the infrastructure for everything we do. If you get energy wrong, nothing else matters. If you get energy right, the possibilities are just immense. And Pennsylvania, the oil and gas industry, global oil and gas industry, started a few dozen miles from here in Titusville, Pennsylvania. The shale gas revolution may have started in Texas, but it really flourished and hit its peak right here in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania today exports more energy to other states than any other state except for Texas. And it would export more, but it had blocks on building pipelines. Two great opportunities for Pennsylvania energy. One, and President Trump is hard at work at both of these, one is to get those pipelines built from Pennsylvania to New England so we can change the quality of life and opportunities. People in New England have a lower quality of life than they deserve for bad political decisions. That can be changed. And number two, the opposition to building pipelines out of Pennsylvania doesn't stop the production of gas in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania natural gas production could ramp up tremendously fast, and Pennsylvania could lead the world in AI and reshoring manufacturing.
Secretary Burgum, thank you.
Thank you, David. Dina, President Trump, it's such an honor to work for you. Your vision of energy dominance is the foundation of this golden age for America is coming true. And it's just common sense. You've called this the party of common sense, but it's when we talk about cutting taxes like never before, cutting regulations, speeding permitting, we're the hottest country in the world because of the policy changes that are drawing all that capital to come here. And now we combine this with the incredible natural resources that we have. You understand better than anyone that the balance sheet of America is the biggest balance sheet in the world, the natural resources that we have. And by unleashing energy, you know that that's what's lowered inflation. It's bringing prosperity at home, but it's also bringing peace abroad. You identified that there was a couple of threats to our country. One to China. You took care of one of those a few weeks ago. You're helping to take care of the other one here. And I just want to say again that your understanding of what needs to be done, your understanding that we need more power, because a kilowatt of electricity today is worth more than it ever has been in human history, because we can take Pennsylvania natural resources like gas, turn it to electricity, turn it to intelligence, and that intelligence lifts every single industry, not just one industry, not the company that owns the data center. It lifts everybody that uses it. This is going to be the biggest change in human productivity in history, and the U.S. is going to lead thanks to your vision.
Thank you. Listen, I want to just close by saying what an extraordinary group of people here today. Thank you all for coming. As we have, there's just people you could talk for days just listening to the people around this table. So thank you for being here. Thank you for your commitment and investment in Pennsylvania. Thank you all you in the audience. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette ran an article last week, and it said in the first line or two, not since the days of Andrew Carnegie has so much economic power been gathered in one room in Pittsburgh. And I really believe, Mr. President, based on you being here, we're going to look back on this day and say that this was a real seminal moment in the history of our Commonwealth, and maybe even in the history of our country, because not only of you being here, but all the policies that are leading us in this direction and the leadership you're showing. So I want to thank you on behalf of Dean and me. Thank you on behalf of Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania. We're grateful for your leadership, and thank you for being here today.
Well, thank you very much. And I have to say that David said, could you just come in and make a quick statement and then you can leave right away? And I said, okay, good, I'll do it. But when I saw the people gathered, I said, I'm not leaving. I want to learn something, and I have learned something. This is the smartest group of talent probably that you've ever had in terms of energy and even finance ever had in one room. So it's an honor to be with you. I used to do what a lot of you guys did. I like this better, though. I don't care. And you're doing a fantastic job, but really it's an honor to be with you, and congratulations. You're going to have tremendous success all over the country, but you're going to have tremendous success in the Commonwealth. So good luck to everybody. And if I can help you, let me know. Thank you very much.
There you have it, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the Energy Summit, among other things, Energy and Innovation Summit that was in Pittsburgh. And if you know Pennsylvania, a very important state, by the way, not only a swing state, but a very important state as far as economics, certainly in energy. If you don't know this, the first barrel of oil, the first drop of oil ever pulled out of the ground in America was Titusville, Pennsylvania, northwestern corner of the state of Pennsylvania, and ever since then Pennsylvania has been really the source, one of the major sources of energy. We talk about Marcellus Shale. It's the biggest natural gas fracking formation in the United States. It starts in New York, goes through Pennsylvania, parts of West Virginia, a big shale. And that's what they talked about. There's a $15 billion investment by Knighthead Corporation. The largest natural gas-fired power plant will be built in Pennsylvania. And Google talked about $30 billion in hydro power generation. So if you talk energy, you always have to have Pennsylvania on the mind. Let's bring in Michelle Bacchus, who's at the event in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Michelle, give us a sound. That was a very, very powerful room, certainly a powerful dais tonight, this afternoon, wasn't it?
Yeah, over $90 billion worth of investment here in the Keystone State. And Scott Besson said it best. There are three industries that are going to drive the future. It's going to be manufacturing, energy, and technology. And he went on to say that Pennsylvania could be at the forefront of all of those, especially with these brand new investments. As you had mentioned, some of those numbers right there, really impressive, because not only are you going to see nuclear power, nuclear facilities, you're also going to see major investments in data centers, which ultimately is going to be firing up these AI devices. And when you look at that, that means that there are going to be a lot of construction jobs coming in, thousands of jobs of people coming in to build these centers and build these plants as well. So ultimately, investment into the state, investment into the people, and ultimately investment into the country.
You know, I found it interesting, Michelle, that Google was there. You know, Google typically leans hard left, and not a lot of love for the conservative movement, certainly not of Trump, but they talked about a power generation, a hydropower generation, and as you point out, a massive data center that they want to put in the state of Pennsylvania. A lot of jobs, a lot of economic activity. Final thought before we let you get back to everything, all the festivities.
Yeah, not only that, Google announced that they want to help small businesses and do AI training here as well. So they're also trying to invest in the people here in Pennsylvania. I would say that this isn't shocking. Look, I was just at the 250th birthday celebration last week in Iowa, and you saw that Amazon was a sponsor. So all of these big major companies that were anti-Trump are now coming around and realizing that this is the future, and either get on board or get lost. You're seeing this. And you know, I want to put this out as well. This is a bipartisan commitment. This isn't a Republican or Democratic issue. This is an America First issue, bringing jobs, bringing industries back into this country rather than outsourcing them to countries that hate us. I mean, you saw Governor Shapiro here, John Fetterman also applauding this. And I think that's what companies, especially like Google and Amazon, are starting to realize. Trump is an America First president. This is America First economics. And it doesn't matter what side you're on. We're all in the same country trying to create a better economic outlook for our country so we can continue to be the hottest country in the world.
All right, Michelle Bacchus from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the great state, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Thank you for your time. Thank you, and you're doing a great job. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to be back in. It's a quick break, and we'll come back. A lot more show here. right, folks. Well, if you're struggling to drop extra pounds or feeling tired or struggle with blood sugar concerns, Dr. Aslan Ahmad, on behalf of Nature's Blast, has answers for you. Dr. Ahmad specializes in regenerative and naturopathic medicine in Southern California. Let's bring in that said doctor right there. Good to bring you back, my friend. So tell us a little bit about how natural solutions can help Americans with some of these very, very common and honestly some elevated health risks and challenges.
Yeah, thank you again for having me. So obviously, Nature's Blast, for example, uses a lot of the cutting edge science and powder-based formulas for naturopathic medicine. So as you know, like a lot of patients or people in general, older Americans are taking 10 pills on average per day. So basically what we're trying to do is reduce that pill overload that happens and have people take supplements that are powder-based instead of having to swallow more medications and pills and capsules all the time. Because a lot of people are taking vitamins and supplements as well.
Well, so give us a sense of what are the most important vitamins and supplements to take.
Yeah, I think, there's so many to choose from, but the top three I would mention are going to be one supporting the liver, the second one for blood sugar, and then third for the lymphatic system. So obviously a lot of people these days are dealing with weight loss, feeling sluggish and tired, having low energy. So the liver is the organ that kind of controls that because it controls metabolism. So a lot of people have fatty deposits on their liver. So the Liver 360 product, as you see there, is probably the best to help reduce that. It has a blend of artichoke, beetroot, turmeric, and all these things will help reduce those fatty deposits, boost your energy levels, and ignite metabolisms. The next one is the glucose powder. That has a mix of chromium, Ceylon cinnamon, and berberine in it, and that basically will help maintain healthy blood sugar levels, basically.
Dr. Ahmad,
the last one, and I don't...
Oh, go ahead. Sorry,
yeah,
I didn't mean to cut you off. Yeah, you had 2 or 3. What's the third one?
Oh, the third one, and last but not least, I think is the LymphCo. It's a very important neglected system in our body, the lymphatics. So that helps control waste and toxins and excess fluid. So a lot of people struggling with swelling in their feet, ankles, legs, even their hands will see a great reduction in this by taking this powder, because the lymphatic system, there's no specialist doctor that handles that, right? You don't have a lymphologist, basically. So that system is neglected, and this powder will help to kind of get rid of your toxins and waste and, just feel healthier and not have the swelling that a lot of people are dealing with.
Dr. Ahmad, very quickly, can you tell us where folks can try this stuff?
Yeah, if they go to the website naturesblaststore.com, one word, they can actually use a discount right now with bowling. They get 35% off in the next 48 hours. So then you just go to this website, you can take a look at these 3 products, the glucose powder, Liver 360, LymphCo, and then there's so many others that they can choose from to help with various parts of the body.
All right, Tom Bowling sent you there. It is Bolling. Spell it right. I'm not sure if you need that exclamation mark or not. But Dr. Ahmad, appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me again. Thank you.
We'll have you back again soon. All right, folks. So our Rev White House correspondent Brian Glenn is joining us after an interesting morning at the White House. There was a political potential threat, and some were held in the briefing room. Brian, tell us. I was watching this. It was getting a little scary for a while, but tell us what happened.
It's quite the scene outside the White House on a daily basis. You always have protesters out front screaming for whatever cause that they're caught up in. But this morning, reporters along Pebble Beach there were told to go inside their briefing room as they were investigating something that was thrown over the fence there on the north lawn. That's the side that goes out into the public area there in front of the White House. So, Secret Service had to put everybody inside while they go around to try to find this object that was thrown over the fence. Now, also, Eric, what I heard was last night something very similar happened as well. Someone threw an object. It went up in a tree, from what I've been told. So the Secret Service had to make sure that was safe and secure. But hey, that's just another average day in front of the White House as you get all kinds of people, Eric, as you well know, gather out front, wave their flags, scream say their
Call
chants.
me crazy, Brian, but I just absolutely love it when someone jumps the fence and the dogs track him down and tackle him with Secret Service. That's just great TV for me.
It is much watched TV if a K-9 unit is released on someone jumping over the fence. From what I've been told, it hasn't happened in a while. And I think probably they saw the video of the first guy who probably got ripped up them dogs. But it was, for a short time, I would say a scary moment, because people obviously want to know what's going on and the height of everything in this world. We have always imagined, if something could happen, it would, very well possibility happened there at the White House. So it was a tense moment. That they quickly found that it was no threat. Everyone was allowed to go back to work, but there for a little bit, it got us worried.
Yeah. Well, I just always think that the amount of power in those grounds between Trump and the cabinet and whatnot, that if you jump the fence or step somewhere you're not supposed to, you should evaporate. You should be incinerated on the spot. And I'm thinking if Adam Schiff comes to visit, I don't know, maybe comes to visit the White House, but then again, he may not come to visit the White House because, well, folks, this happened.
Mr. President, it looks like, hang on a second, they get excited over you, right?
They do. They get excited over you.
Well, I don't know why. First question. First, Letitia James, alleged mortgage fraud. Now we have Adam Schiff allegedly committed mortgage fraud at all. Yeah. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I just saw it, and I think the thing with Adam Schiff is very serious, and I think what they have on Letitia James is very serious. That's a very, very serious situation. But I have to leave that up to the district attorneys and to the prosecutors and to the attorney general, most importantly.
Did Letitia James have a law license based upon the alleged violations of mortgage fraud?
Well, they look pretty open and shut to me, but, I'm not the jury. I'm not the jury. No, looks very serious. And Adam Schiff looks very serious. Look, he's a sleazeball. Everybody knows it. And I was a little surprised. I thought he would have covered his bases a little bit better than that. Adam Schiff is a lowlife. He deserves what he gets.
Let's talk about the Genius Act that you just pushed out. Let's talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, we're going to do that, and we have great support for it. It's a beautiful act. It's the Genius Act is a beautiful act. I even like the name of it because we need smart people in our country. Thank you, Brian.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure what the Genius Act is, but hopefully it's maybe getting Adam Schiff a little bit of help with his intellect. Like, what are you doing, dude? You go through this whole lawfare thing with Trump, and you don't tie your own little backyard down first. Wow.
Yeah. Letitia James was interesting as well. She actually put her dad, that was her husband, on her mortgage application, and then there was some discrepancies on the size of the property. And as far as Adam Schiff is concerned, this was even worse. Here's a guy who is now a senator in California. At the time, it was a congressman. Says his primary residence was here on the East Coast in Maryland, I believe, but you are a senator or a congressman from California. That should be your primary residence, and there were some other discrepancies as well in that case, and that is a Fannie Mae investigating team coming out and concluding that with Adam Schiff. That's coming from a reliable source. So President Trump, sharing his thoughts on that. But a lot of people are asking, Eric, and I'd like to get your thoughts as well. Should Letitia James retain her legal license for law practice if in fact she has violated the law?
Nope. Sorry, and I will tell you why. You need these licenses, whether I've spent time on Wall Street, you have to have broker's license, you have to have trader's license. And if you lied to them or lied on any of these forms, they'll pull your license immediately, no questions asked. Of course, she should be thrown out of the DA's office in New York State. Absolutely. I will tell you, though, with everything else, just follow the damn money. You want to know? Just follow the money. It always leads you to the crooks, the thieves, and the honest people. Brian Glenn, I'll tell you one thing. Mr. Trump loves your questions and loves talking to you. That's pretty feather in your cap, my friend.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That was a rather large group that was gathered as he was leaving the White House, and I just find my little place where I stand, and just once you make the eye contact, you say, "Come on, let's talk." He typically will come over and spend a few minutes with me, and I'm very gracious that he does that.
Yep. That's the trick. And I got to be honest with you, when we were at Alligator Alcatraz, I found his direct line of sight straight ahead. Raised my hand, and he called. It's great work. But he does love talking to you, and he loves Rav. That's what we do know. Brian Glenn, thank you for your time.
All right, Derek, thank you.
Okay, folks, we'll be back 2.5 minutes. Well, folks, if you're stressed about back taxes, maybe you missed the April 15th deadline or your books are cooked, a mess, don't wait. The IRS is cracking down. Penalties add up fast, 5% per month, up to 25% just for not filing. But there's help. Tax Network USA can take the burden off your shoulders and stop the spiral before it gets worse. They've helped thousands of Americans, whether you're an employee, a small business owner, or haven't filed in years. Messy books? No problem. They've seen it all and know exactly how to clean it up. With direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on your side, Tax Network USA knows how to win. You'll get a free consultation, and if you qualify, they may even be able to reduce or eliminate what you owe. More importantly, they'll help you protect you from wage garnishments or bank levies. So don't wait for the next IRS letter. Call 800-905-8000, 800-905-8000 now, or visit tnusa.com/RAV to talk to a real tax expert at Tax Network USA. Take the pressure off. Let Tax Network USA handle your tax issues. Now, do it now. All righty. Let's do some voicemails, shall we? I love the voicemails. Mad Dog, you got some voicemails for us? Hey, by the way, I got about 150 over the night. I got through, I'd say 75 of them. Probably have 75 left. I'm still working on over the weekend. Going to get to them all. But Mad Dog, what do we got?
We have Debbie from Alabama, and she says that gods were in...
Play it. Let's hear it.
Hi, Eric. This is Debbie from Alabama. I pray God blesses you and guides you as you seek answers for your faith. I know God is up to the challenge. One answer about the bullet, by missing its mark and only nicking Trump's ear, showed, in my thinking, that... and for a lot of us watching, others watching that happen, that God's hand was in this, and he spared Trump's life for a specific purpose, and I believe part of that is certainly to help save America.
You know, I agree with that, and thank you for the comment earlier. But again, I told this to Bill O'Reilly. I was just thinking about it, like, yes, it didn't kill him, which is massive and important and for a reason, but it also didn't completely miss him. And by hitting him and just threading that needle so greatly, I think it really was. If there is someone looking down dictating what's going on this earth, then I would say that was definitely one of those occasions. Mad Dog, next.
This is Dixie from California.
Dixie.
Hello, I'm Dixie from California, Northern California, and I have a couple comments. We've lost our voting rights in California, but the one thing that really blows my mind is we protect the mountain lions here. Who gives a shit about the deer that eat the underbrush, that puts the fire danger low? The idiots, they're bringing mountain lions and putting them up here so they eat all the deer. It blows my mind. Let's protect the deer a little bit more or something. Thank you. God bless your day.
Thank you, too. She makes a great point. In California, they protect everything. They're protecting the mountain lions that will kill the deer. The deer eat the underbrush. I mean, they're really protecting animals over human rights in property. You think of the Delta smelt. They were diverting water from farmers out into the ocean to protect a little 1-inch fish, the Delta smelt. These people are lunatics in California. Now the one, Mad Dog.
Hello, Eric, RBI Bowling. Mike McGee, Bluffton, South Carolina, formerly Bayville, New York. Just calling today. I had a thought. As long as we have so many fighting age males that came into the country illegally, why not consider deporting them to Ukraine? I think Zelensky might be able to use them. Just thought, what do you think?
I think Mike McGee's got an idea. I think I like this idea. I even like it better than sending them to Alligator Alcatraz first. Just round them up, maybe put them in Alligator Alcatraz, give them a little, alligator meat like the lady yesterday said. Give them, it's pretty good. Give them a little, and then stick them on a plane and drop them off in Kiev and let Zelensky. Hey, here's our donation to the Ukraine conflict with Russia. I don't think we should be sending any more money or any more assets to Ukraine. That's me. Sorry, folks. All you people who want to get on me for that, I just don't think I left Newsmax. I left my former network because I was told, do not go negative on Ukraine. Guess what? We don't need to support Ukraine any further. Let Ukraine fight its own war. Sorry, that's my Mike McGee, I like that one. I don't think we have time for another one, Mad Dog. Darn, I wish we did. Send me.
This was shorter.
Quick, let's try it. Quick.
Hi, Eric. I probably should have talked to you before I did this, but I install you as our new Attorney General. So good luck with your new position. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you very much. No, thank you. I love what I do. I love my life. I do not want to work in the administration, especially not in the Attorney General's office, the Department of Justice. Wow, that is hot. That is a seat that's too hot to handle. Well, you're going to throw it over to the War Room. They're coming up next. Steve Bannon and the crew. They're going to break it all down, including probably that energy and really interesting rally or event Trump just had. War Room next.
50 days. What happens now? Do you talk to Vladimir Putin?
Well, at the end of 50 days, if we don't have a deal, it's going to be too bad.
But what happens?
Should Zelensky get more aggressive? Yeah, the tariffs are going to go on and other sanctions